Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, guys. William and all. Thanks. You can hear me. You can see my screen. My screen. So I'm actually in this SLDP short, just a little one in the pre-market, just to see if it has any movement down. Pretty tight stop. If it doesn't start working soon, I'll be out. But yeah, those are the type I like. Maybe it wasn't an abrupt retirement, but still, and the stock's on an all-time low. So we'll see what happens on the SLDP. Sugar, you know what? I was short. I was short Wolf, but I chickened out. I was short Wolf at 1086, and yeah, this histogram was moving down, so I thought it might take advantage of it. Anyway, we'll see what happens later. So China, guys, China again. So here's KWeb. So I'm not going to mention every single China stock, but look at KWeb, another nice burst up, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is 27.57. So I mean, it's basically there. Crowdsource just got clobbered down on earnings, guys. CRWD just a clobber down on earnings, down 17%. Pretty big float, 210 million. So that is you can see the reaction after hours. That's the mauve area right here in my 15-minute chart. So there's the reaction, and it's basically held. It really hasn't had very much of a pop. So there's did I say source? CrowdStrike. So HZNP, sort of an interesting one. They claim that they've got some takeover interest from I think it's J&J, Johnson and Johnson. I think Amgen, confirmation of takeover talks with so Amgen, Janssen, SNY. But another article I read said they should be fairly priced at between 120 and 140. So there you go. So it's sitting at 102 right now. Woof. Well, I know I don't trade very often in the pre-market, but it just looked a little interesting to me. So anyway, we'll see what happens with the woof. I was in it around 1084, but I chickened out. I covered for no gain really. BHC had gapped up. I think it was pulling back a little bit. BHC. Yeah, do I see any news on it? I don't see any news. Continue. This was after hours yesterday. To continue to evaluate potential options to maximize stakeholder value. Okay, so that's your news for BHC. They released that after hours. So VRDN is a sympathy play with HZNP. I guess they got a similar drug. Similar drug as does to HZNPs. So this is a sympathy play. Make sure of that. They are trading higher following news that Horizon Therapeutics confirmed preliminary discussions, et cetera, et cetera. Both Horizon and Viridian are focused on treatments for thyroid eye disease. So that is the reason for VRDN's pop. Is this shortable? It is. Okay. And for your sub $1 players, MYO, big move, 47%. Low float, 6.5 million in the float. So this is easily going to trade the float today. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news for this one. Anybody can find any, great, but I don't see any news on this MYO. What was that other one? It was a sub $1 stock yesterday. I think it starts with the letter K. Anybody remember what that one was? You are right, JD. Yeah, Cal. Thank you. KAL. Okay. Wanted to see if it had, let me dabble in one of these days, but Workday, WDA1. Now, this was low volume. It had gapped up. At least when I looked at it, it was very low volume. WDAY, Workday. The volume is still very low, 28,000 shares, but it'll pick up. This is earnings play after hours yesterday, and you can see that it's holding its gap, holding the gap. And it's a nice break on that daily. Look at this breakout on the daily. Next highs are in the 162 level, 159 to 162. BBW, Build-A-Bear, BBW, another earnings play. And a great breakout now for this one on the daily chart, BBW. Low float, 13.5 million in the float, almost an all-time high. Yeah, it was Cal, it was KAL, but I thought maybe I was looking to see if it had any continuation. Wanted to see if maybe if it was going to do something like the COSM did. Finally had its big down day yesterday. Well, up day and then the sell-off. Titan, TITN is another earnings play. Actually, a few earnings plays. Surprised. TITN is an earnings play. Titan Machinery. And pretty low volume right now, but another nice breakout on, look at this. I mean, look at these breakouts. Look at this daily chart. Nice breakout now. This is an all time high for Titan, TITN. NTAP is an earnings play. NTAP is an earnings play. The gap down. There's a gap in the after hours yesterday, right there. There's that mauve area. So gap down, holding that gap down. Another one that's really broken free of the daily. And in case you're wondering, Grin is another one of these dividend stocks declared a $5 dividend. So that's the reason it's down $5. Little China stock had earnings also, ZH. ZH has earnings. Some room, 140 low. It's got some room, I guess. XPAV, also China stock, earnings, XPAV, China EV player, of course. Checking these 0.25s or minus 0.25s. These are the earnings plays so far today. BEKE, another China stock, BEKE, earnings. And on the downside, there's the NTAP. Here's another one, Canop, KNOP, is an earnings play. I did see this one. The volume wasn't too high. GCT, another earnings play. GCT is an earnings play. This is the big one though. Crowd Strike. That's a big one. That's a big gap down. So will it recover at all? Yeah, right. Grumpy, you're funny. Yeah, it's always about the guidance. All right, guys, I'm experimenting with something here, so give me a moment. All right, 9:10. Now, I didn't get anything from briefing.com yesterday, so let's see if I get it in my email today. Hey, there it is. Okay. All right, guys, here are some of the upgrades and downgrades. Only three upgrades, so let's take a look at them. There's just three upgrades and not too many downgrades. Including SLDP. Thank you. This can go down to maybe the 60s or something. All right, there are the upgrades, the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get those pasted into our YouTube room. Morning, morning, guys, on YouTube, or shall I say, YouTubers? So, what do you think, William, about the crowd strike in terms of your analysis, financial analysis of it? CRWD. You know, I don't often play this price of a stock, or I usually don't. I don't usually trade this price range, but it's definitely intriguing to me. You know, maybe for if it's going to bounce, I'm going to have a $2 or $3 or bounce. Of course, it could just continue down. Just wondering why I didn't see Nat's earnings. It's because it's only up 2%. So I think I've got a 3% minimum in my pre-market actives. I think, yeah, 3%. So that's why that's not showing up. This one got clobbered. I couldn't see any news for it. CNEY. I couldn't really see any news for CNEY. It is a so it's a China stock. So this is really going counter to most of the China stocks. So I don't see any news on it. Anybody know? I just can't see anything. But that's, it's down 30%. Pretty big volume too. And that is CNEY. Yeah, down goes ONCS. Are they announcing a financing? There it is, guys. There's their financing. We just almost predicted. Not very much, 3.5 million. At least they did it before the market opened. Okay. Kudos to ONCS doing it before the market opened rather than slamming people when the market is already open. So, but there is ONCS doing a financing, $3 a share. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors. 9:15. Let's take a look at the sector, see what's happening. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, docked channel bar, and then scroll down. Now, can somebody confirm for me? I think I asked the question last week, but I can't remember what the answer was. In the latest beta that you guys have, do you still have to click on the more in order to see all the channels? Or are they are I'm on a development version, so that's why I see them. I don't have to click on the more. Anyway, if you have to click on more to get to this, then that's how you get to the sector status. All right, so we are in for a modestly positive open. So XLE. So the show more is no more. Thank you. I'm so glad they got rid of that. So I had so many emails coming in saying, how come I can't see all the channels? Okay, so XLE. These are the major sectors. There's the major ETF for energy, XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what does that mean? That means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. So I didn't check the price of oil or anything, but it must have gone up a little or something. So, and let's say any other real positive sector, materials, 77%. As I say, the market's up just a little bit, but this is it. Energy. So energy and utility. Well, utility. I usually don't look at utilities, but energy right now, as we speak, is a sector, a strong sector. And as always, I will start looking at these sectors in relation to the 200-day moving average, see what they're doing. So, energy was starting to drift a little bit down towards that 200-day moving average, but then yesterday had a little pop, and today, so we'll see, it's holding. So there's that 200-day, still the strongest sector out there. XRT, retail. Take a look at retail. Still, just struggling to get to that 200-day moving average. XLP, consumer staples, of the 200-day moving average, kind of holding, drifting down just a little bit, but still above the 200-day moving average. Then healthcare, XLV, and another one above the 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI above the 200-day moving average. Financials, I think, are hovering. XLF. Yeah, they're still above, getting closer. It looked like yesterday yesterday we had a bit of a pause in that downtrend, but a little bit above the 200-day moving average. I'm hearing Sprint. Is that Sprint? S? Sentinel, sorry, Sentinel. Sentinel is moving down. Ooh, lifetime low, guys. Sentinel, S, lifetime low, S. And here's one of the ones that is definitely not good. XLY, consumer discretionary, way below the 200-day moving average, and no real recovery. No real recovery. Materials, XLB, yeah, just a little bit above the 200-day. And technology, let's see how close. Is it getting closer? Yeah, can't see it. It's above 137. So it is starting to drift away. The tech, it looked like it was going to, make a little bit of a run, because here's the 200-day, 137. I know it changes, but it got up to 134, 135. Looked like it was going to get close to that 200-day, but starting to drift back down. And of course, the worst one, XLC, communications. Yeah, can't even see that now. 57.44. Can't even see that. It's way up here. Yeah, Sentinel. It's not an earnings play. Yes, it's not an earnings play, but not that I can see. Following. Okay, so they're sort of piggybacking on CrowdStrike a little bit here. Okay, so this is an all-time low now for Sentinel S. All right, I'm just kind of just keeping an eye on the SLDP. It's it's working modestly well for me in this short. In at 381 actually, 381. So I'd like to see it get into the 60s. How do you find stocks that halt? We have a halt resumes scanner. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. So if you go to my homepage, you can have that. Just go to the scan section on my homepage, and it's called halts resumes. Here's my link. You mean that are halted from yesterday or days before? That I don't know. This will show you, this will show you when a stock is halted right now, today. I might, maybe I could probably do a history of yesterday and all that, but if you're talking about a stock that has been halted like for weeks or years or that, I don't know. I mean, there's probably some website you can go to, but our halts, well, this will show it. This one will show it. Okay, now I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. Okay, so there could be some stocks that are halted right now that are less than 20,000 shares. But so, but the halts resumes works in the pre-market too. Okay, I don't know if there are any stocks that are halted right now. But if I took this out, the 20,000, I could probably find anything that's halted right now, if there are any. Make sense? Yeah, I don't know about halts. You know what? There might be halts for news though, Roger. There's probably not a volatility halts, but there are. I'm almost 100% sure there are news halts. There can be news halts. Okay, so Bo, this is how you can find. Can you hear me? Okay, so this scan will pick up the ones that get halted during the current session. Okay, this will pick it up. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and just find the halts resume, go to the scan section. So go to the scan section on my homepage, scroll down a bit. Here's the scan section, click here, and there it is, halts resume. So that'll pick up any halts and when they resume today. Okay? Yuck! The spread just got bad on SLDP for me. See if I can escape this. Yeah, well, XPEV had earnings. XPEV had earnings, so I guess the XPEV is carrying NIO and LI, and as well, the overall China market is doing well, so that's probably not hurting. So all three of them are going, guys. LI, XPEV, and NIO. I think didn't NIO, when do they have earnings? December 9th, so they have earnings December 9th. And what about NIO? When do they have earnings? NIO has had earnings on the 10th. So XPEV, let's take a look at this one. Where's the next high looking left? Is around 869, and then we've got 957. So the China stocks are really popping, guys. China stock, just in general, China stocks are really popping. Take a look at KWeb. Again, a little headline I read. I'm trying to relax maybe these COVID. Sorry, the COVID concerns, etc. That's news every single day. All right, thank you, William. All right, everybody, market's going to open in less than a minute. So I'm going to get rid of this. Now, I typically do not. Now, I know I took a couple of trades in the pre-market, but I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I say this every single day. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade for the first 30 minutes. I would let things settle down a little bit. All right, we are open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Races starting. Hey guys, I got out of that short basically flat of the SLDP, basically flat. So didn't like that. I thought I was looking for a big cratering, but it didn't happen. So I got out flat. NIO. So there they go. With the China EVs, along with China in general. And there's your first halt. So you wanted to know about halts? There's your first halt of the day. NTAP actually trying to recover. NTAP trying to recover. It's an earnings play. It's still down 5%, but here's another China stock, guys. TCOM, another China stock breaking out of consolidation in the pre-market. Another China stock. Whoa, see, I'm so glad I got out of the SLDP. Okay, so Billy was an earnings play yesterday, I think. Yeah, Billy, BILI, another China stock, was an earnings play yesterday. Continuation, of course, helped along, obviously, by the overall China market. Whoa, look at Woof. Boy, that was. Meanwhile, Sentinel is had a bit of a bounce. So here they are. Look at this. LI, XPEV, and NIO are leading the races. Three China EVs leading the races. Wow, nothing stopping this one right now. But I just can't do it. I won't take these so early. But look at the alert at 9:30, 2060, and it popped $1. But I will not take them. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly answer somebody in our YouTube room. How do you change the duration of the low float winners race, please? It's at 10 minutes. I want to decrease it. Okay, so I'll just quit. Shoot. I was going to. Oh, even now, even this one now. I guess wow, I got too jumpy on it. Now it is cratering SLDP. I was more going to shoot on the woof. Okay, let me quickly do this. I'm going to duplicate this window. Okay, I'm going to duplicate a race. It's exactly the same. Okay, so what you do is click on the box, click on the box that stops the race. Okay, stops the race. When you get this red, then right click and show race setup. And that's where you can change the minutes to run. There's where you can change it. Okay, and once you've done it, then you can start your race. It'll be based on that. Okay, did you get that? I know I went quickly, but okay, good. I know what you can do. If you want that to be your default, if you want like whatever that time, just save that as your default because then every time you start a race, that'll be the default and everything else. I mean, if you always want it to be the change from the open or whatever, but certainly if you always want the same duration for every race, then save that as your default. And then when you launch another race, that will be your default. You won't have to do it every time. Oh, boy, that was in woof at 1085 and the short, but I'll tell you why I did it too, because I was watching that histogram right here, you see, and it was dropping. And I thought, okay, maybe I just take a short. I took it right about there. But then that histogram got me out, because it popped on me. But that bar in the histogram got me out. Anyway, that's why trading can drive you nuts. So look at the SLDP. This is what I wanted, but it had to do this on me. The big pop up to 4. I mean, I got out way before that, and then it decided to do the drop I wanted. Oh, keep an eye on Billy if it takes out 17. What's the next high looking left? I think that will be 1757 I think, is the next high looking left for Billy, BILI. Earnings play yesterday. China stocks are romping right now. And we've got some halts. So NTAP resumed. There's your KTRA from yesterday, Zach. I don't know if anybody held this. KTRA finished nicely, actually. There was the high of the day, 614, closed at 6. Resumption just got halted. KTRA. Things going on. The formatting. And another one just got halted. SFR got halted on the way down. Is this a SPAC? This is so was this an uplisting or was this something that was a SPAC yesterday and became SFR today? I just don't have any news on it. Anybody know what's going on with this SFR? I just don't have any news on it. Click on the news. I've got oh, there it is. Okay, so this is what we should have known this yesterday, and then we could have taken 100 shares of whatever the SPAC was yesterday and then sold in the pre-market for $3. I'm getting bummed now about the SLDP. Stanton, though, look at this, just cratering, guys. All right, well, this just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and this is one. It is an all-time low, so I am going to be watching this one. Okay, definitely watching this SL. I might take this if it gets into the 30s. I'm going to short this thing. The 1330s. I know it's early, but this is the only time I kind of break a rule is when it shows up, and it's an all-time low in my 10-day daily breakdown. A rule. I mean, I don't like to trade in the first 15. But what is going to hold this up? How is CRWD doing? This is sort of a sympathy play. So okay, so this is moving down. Okay, the float is okay, 190. It's not crazy low. Well, William, it was a good call on the SLDP. I don't know if you shorted it, but it was a good call. Call in other words, letting me know about the news. Watching the S guys, I'm watching for a collapse underneath 1340. SFR just resumed. SFR just resumed. This could be the crazy one, you know, we should have, I didn't know, I don't know what the SPAC was, what it was yesterday. Okay, let me take a quick look at SFR. Popped up to 1340 after it resumed. Yeah, I don't know about Manu. Question is consolidation today. It's got to get back over 22 again, of course. It was a nice trade late, you know, not a bad trade late in the day. Yesterday, of course. Come on, S. There we go. Oh, one more leg. Ah, there's the SLDP now showing up. The SLDP now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not going to do it now though. Look at the market. Look at the schizo market. Look at this big topping tail here, big bottoming tail here, topping tail here, bottoming tail here. Well, okay, so the VWAP is 21.95 for Manu, so it's below the VWAP now. So that's something below the well, 13 is a 200-day, but certainly below the VWAP now. The low of yesterday was 20.95. So I mean, I guess it's got some room. Looking to short it, maybe. And it doesn't have to do anything, as you know, Wave Lab. Okay, guys. Well, again, I escaped the S with no gain. Look at it again. If it gets into the 40s, I really thought it was going to get into very close to 13, but this is killing me. Look at this SLT, even at 1369 SLDP. I just thought it might have been too late. 318 now. I'm sorry, SLTP at 340. 318 now, though. So there you go, guys. Even though, William said it's common for maybe a founder to leave, yeah, at some point, but I don't know if this was a planned retirement or get out of here retirement. But when a CEO leaves and it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't say like it was planned or anything like that, usually a big red flag. All right, how are some of these? Oh, this is as LGL. This is the one I had as a demonstrating a swing. I think I got rid of it though. The LGHL. I think I got rid of it though. Okay, Sentinel, you're right back down now. Okay. Oh, let's say a red candle forming on the SPY. That second 15 minute. Oh, this does have some room. Go to the China stock. GOTU. Here's the 200 day. That's far enough away on a percentage basis from 126. Ooh, look at Upstart. UPST. Taking a big header here, guys. UPST. Pay now or buy now. Buy now, pay later. All right, Zach. Well, I know you know. NIO is showing up. Of course, it showed showing up on your topping scan. Of course, I know you know that. How's KWeb doing? Take a look at KWeb. What's the overall China market doing? Still strong. Still strong. Oh, you poor apes. Look at AMC, guys. Look at AMC. Wow. Okay. I mentioned Billy, guys, as a continuation here. So it still has, I think, did I say 747 or sorry, 1747? Ah, 1714. Just looking at the next highs, looking left. 1681, 1698. So it's right at that high, 1714. This is still strong. Billy, second day continuation off earnings, along with China overall being strong. Yeah, we have a little guy, BPTS has just got halted. BPTS just got halted. I'm going to give up an S. I'm looking, let's see if it gets back into the low 40s. Stick an alert down here around 1343, see if it does that. Well, it looks like it's bouncing too much now. So, okay. Here's your Momo, William. You said you were long Momo. It's still got some room, a little bit of room. It's through the 200-day moving average. Looks like it could stall around 588. There's a couple of daily highs looking left. The China stock, DDL, ding dong. DDL right at the 200-day moving average, 453, and a little bit above the VWAP, but it's right at the 200-day moving average. Well, this one is getting clobbered here. TFC, two big down red candles. This is showing up on Zach's bounce plays. All right, KNOP is an earnings play and it is gapping down. It's not quite an all-time low, but it is gapping down. Let's see if this can remain underneath 12. Wow, SLDP still continues to move down. Novavax, NVAX is weakening. Well, right now there's no stopping these China EVs. They're all still soaring higher with the rest of the China market. But this is at least there is would be reason for this one to move higher, even if the China market weren't going higher. XPAV has earnings, so obviously the market is rewarding whatever they said. Okay, Billy. Yeah, that's right. 1772 is the next high. Volume is continuing. This is a second day continuation of earnings also. Okay, so it's got the China overall market going for it, plus the second day continuation of earnings, which was good yesterday. You can see the reaction. All right, guys. I am now. Let's take a look at some of these ones that are in the races. Yeah, KNOP, it did move down. This spread reminds me of the old days. Remember when we had the nickel spreaders? It was a nickel spread for a long time. Now it's only 2 cents, but yeah, SPY is really starting to give it up now. You're right. So Dow's down, Nas is up. Little disconnect going on. SPY is basically flat, but starting to give it up. Nah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to look at the Sentinel again. It's just been too whippy. SLDP. Billy is still strong, guys. BILI is still strong. It's not participating in this market melt, a little bit of the meltdown here. Look at this. Billy is still strong. BZ, guys. BZ is another one. This is an earnings play from yesterday. Also, China still strong. BZ coming into the 200. That's way above it. So that's not an issue. Next high looking left. Look like it's around 1910. So this has got some room. BZ's got some room. Billy. I mean, this BZ could keep going too, guys. I mean, Billy, both of them were earnings play yesterday's, though this had a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off yesterday. I mean, it was up still from, the close of the day before, but it did not hold its high, 1790, and it closed at 1651. It's different from Billy. Look at what Billy did. Billy held, I think. Anyway, yeah, look at Billy. I mean, had a great day, closed near the high. So this is definitely, in my opinion, a more powerful second day continuation of earnings. BZ is more probably about what the overall China market's doing. Ah, boy, I'm just off a little bit today, guys. I was going to short that KNOP, and I just didn't like the spread. Just off a little bit. So here's a sort of a summary of what I did. I shorted Wolf in the pre-market for no gain because it jumped on me, and then afterwards it would have been awesome. Shorted SLDP also, but I got out for no gain. It jumped on me a little bit. Shorted Sentinel, and they're really, but I got out for nothing, so that's okay. And I tried to short KNOP, and the only thing I did take was Billy. I took a little bit of the Billy. And I was interested in taking the BZ, but this little action yesterday is giving me a little bit of pause. Now Billy is coming right into 17, what did I say? 1771, I think. 17, where's the next high? 1772. 1772. So it's getting really close to that next high looking left. And if it punches through, one big yay for me anyway. Yeah, it's still early. I mean, I'm doing okay. It's just I missed some great opportunities getting out of shorts that turned out to be awesome. Ah, here's SLT. Well, anybody who took this and held on, you're laughing. I mean, that's a great percentage move, SLDP. Great percentage move. All right, I'm out of the Billy. I'm out of Billy. Okay. At 1774, whatever I said, that might block it. So Oh, KNOP. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exasperated because this would have been an awesome one also. And I'll probably regret getting out of the Billy, but I'm just aware of that high, so I did okay on it. Okay, for you sub $1 players, here's one that's showing up somehow. Wish, nothing. I forget about it. Hmm. Neil, I know of what you speak. Were you in his room? Do you know who I'm talking about, Neil? Were you in his room? This is going back many, many, many years. Geo, guys. So what's Geo? Oh, Geo on the way down. Okay, Geo on the way down. SADX is halted. Okay, this is going to be the crazy, crazy, crazy one then. SADX is halted, guys. This will be the wild one then. Remember a few days ago, got up to what, $80 or so? All right, so far it looks like a good exit for me on the Billy, so I'll take comfort in that. Okay, yeah. So you weren't, yeah, that was, I did not come up with that. That was in a trading room I was in. Wow, I don't, it's so many years ago. And the moderator of that room, he mentioned that usually there are maybe 4 or 5 days out of the 22 trading days that are the good ones, and that's where you can make most of your money. The other days can be just grinds. You can grind and grind and grind. Now look at that. So there's the BZ. So hopefully you understand why I didn't take this trade. Why I took Billy and I didn't take BZ. If you understand my reasoning on it. GGB guys, GGB. A lot of volume. A lot of volume. It's a big float. 1 billion in the float, but there's a lot of volume. 2.6 times normal. GGB. What is a 3 month high? And I don't know what's going on with it exactly, but yeah, look at this. GGB alert from Trade Ideas breaking out on volume. That's from Interactive Brokers. A moment. Amazing how that worked, isn't it, with the Billy? I mean, you don't know, there's no guarantee. But what did it get to? Got up to 1774. What did I say? Did I say 17? Yeah, look at that. The high I was looking at was 1772, right over here, back in August, 1772. And it literally got to 1774 and said, that's it for a while anyway. Just give me a moment, Edgar. I'm just in a little internal discussion, trade ideas. Okay. What do I see in Roku? What do I see in Roku today? Well, let's take a look at Roku. I have a question from our YouTube room. What do I see in Roku today? I see a nice little pop, actually. Actually, it's interesting. I mean, if you know what happened yesterday, I don't know if you're aware, but there was a some analyst who had followed Roku for maybe years and who has always been very bullish on Roku. Basically, did an abrupt turn yesterday and said, "That's it. I'm not bullish anymore, and I don't." Thought that the company was going to show a lot of weakness. Anyway, the bottom line is it did get down to $50, but it recovered most of the day. Still, I think it probably closed almost flat. So it's in its mini recovery mode again. But that was the news from yesterday. So I mean, if it can take out 57, but it's got all these little areas. I mean, the level that it might get to if it continues is 62, but it's got to get through some of the daily highs. But it shrugged it off. Basically, it shrugged it off. The fact that analyst decided not to cover it anymore, or basically downgraded it. Trying to see if I can get that news again. Now, Edgar? Did you know that? Hmm. Okay, well, that was the reason for the downturn yesterday. Okay, guys, so my mind has settled down a little bit here, so let's see what's happening. Well, you know what? Nile is still strong. I know it had a little bit of a downturn. Look at that, though. Look what it did. Look at the VWAP, guys. 1220 is the VWAP. I mean, I know it had, I mean, you could have shorted it. I get it, but it held the VWAP and it's still strong. Another China, is this China? Yeah, another China play. Retailer, I think that's what these guys do. Yeah, they're a retailer, China retailer. VIPs, VIPS. Well, interesting. Over the whole number. The VWAP held. And what's the next high looking left? It look well. It's can't see it anywhere on my daily chart. I'd have to go to a weekly chart. Next high looking left. So on the weekly chart, it's 1166. So it looks like this has got some room. VIPS. I'm interested in this one. The longer it holds 11. You know, the VWAP held. What's the? It's a big float, so I don't anticipate that it'll be incredibly whippy. Like to see about 1107, 1108 on the bid ask. Get it away from that whole number. Again, that's not a recommendation for anybody to do that, but that's just kind of what I'm seeing. Now, did this open? This SATX open? Did it open? It did open and it popped all the way up to 25. So all traders are looking at is this, okay? You know, a few weeks ago, got up to 80. That's all they're looking at. And thinking, could it do anything even remotely the same? BABA, well, obviously China stock. I don't know what it's doing. Probably moving with the China plays. Yeah, I mean, listen, as long as KWEB keeps moving higher, you know, that's all. Yeah, I know you like to short things, so you're probably looking to short this at some point. It held the VWAP 86.62, so it held the VWAP or 85.92. Okay, so it's still strong, but you know what I'd be doing if I were looking to short BABA, I would have KWEB side by side. And you see, look, I mean, it's doing exactly what BABA did. It held the VWAP. I mean, BABA is probably a huge component of KWEB. And look at KWEB now. It's look at the China stocks. I mean, now the 200-day moving average right there. give me a moment, guys. Okay, now I am looking. Maybe we'll get some bounces now in some of these. Maybe Billy will bounce here, guys. BILI. There's the VWAP. I mean, look at the VWAP. It held the VWAP held 17. It held. Boy, you talk about a strong stock today. Let's talk about it. NIO. Wow. So there's the VWAP it held. So keep an eye on Billy. BILI. I mean, let's see if that VWAP really holds it. I mean, you could, again, I'm not trying to, this is not investment advice, but you could, you might say to yourself, well, I could take this trade right now. Am I out as the VWAP if it doesn't work? Okay. I'm not trying to say that's what you should do, but there's the VWAP 17. So you take this trade right here at 17.13 and, your out would be 17. And always keeping an eye on KWeb. Okay. KWeb at the same time. Now let's see. I mean, can it hold a VWAP? I mean, that's the big thing. Now, if it doesn't hold a VWAP, it could turn into a short. This is another China stock, isn't it? GDS, another China stock that has done really well. I mean, look at this. I mean, from 11 to 15 in less than 2 days, or less than 3 days. Excuse me. What do I think about CVNA? That's from our YouTube room. CVNA. I'm assuming that's what you're asking. What do I think about it? CVNA. Um, well, I mean, Bank of America, of course, is all over this and target cut to 10 from 43. I mean, so there's so much. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, look, it's obviously a company that is just desperate need of cash, I guess, and the business model just isn't working. So I don't know what else I can add. You're looking for maybe some kind of a bit of a bounce, but there's no news I think that is going to bounce this other than just traders saying, you know what, let's just take a flyer at it. And Nordstrom's, JWN. Well, nothing to see here. I mean, it's very choppy on the 15, so really not to me, nothing to see. Unless, the high yesterday was 2085. You're looking to short, I know that. But, right now it's just kind of chopping around, in my opinion. Remember China, guys, China stock. Well, look at Chin data. So CD, Chin data. Um, yeah, it's got that high right there. Too bad that high is right there at 730. It's a little too close. But that is a great looking, I mean, this is a great red bar ignored, okay? Because it's got all the elements. Let me try to explain it. And look at Billy. Okay, so did not hold the VWAP, guys. Billy did not hold the VWAP. Well, it's right on the VWAP. I shouldn't say that. It's at 1702, the VWAP 17. So let's see if it does hold it. But I just want to show you what I'm talking about on this CD and a red bar ignored. And this is to me, now the problem I have with it, of course, is the fact that it's got this high right over here. If it had a clear shot, 50, 60 cents between until it hit the next high. But take a look at this. So this is a red bar ignored. So I'm going to get this chart, make it even bigger. Okay. So here we have an uptrend. Here's our 2 15-minute candles. Now you see this red candle totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the next candle is green. And the trigger is breaking the high of that red candle. But why do I think this is even, this is a superb one? Because of the bottoming tail. Because I guess, remember what this means. The sellers tried to knock this down to 690. The buyers did close it here. I mean, I'm not talking about a huge amount, but they did close it here. And then the buyers took over again. It also kind of held the VWAP. The VWAP, just broke down below it by a little bit, but it's kind of holding the VWAP. This would be something I would take, except for the fact that that high is over here, 734. So that's what's blocking me from taking that. But with that bottoming tail, again, think about what it means. You've got an uptrend, you've got the pause in the uptrend, and then the resumption. That's what that red bar ignored is all about. Okay, guys. Well, you know what? Billy did hold the VWAP so far. Got right to it. Right to it. So let's see. All right, let's see. I'm going to see now if this can hold the VWAP again. Next high is 1733. So, it's got some room, a little bit of room to run if it wants to. How's K-Web doing? Good, hanging in there, guys. It hasn't given it up yet. Now, at some point, you probably should, you're listening to me give my version of my analysis, of course, So if you're asking me about Nutanix, it's the same thing. I mean, there's the high over here, 28.33. I mean, it's gone from red to green, but again, it's choppy. I mean, but the only thing I would say is that it's over the 200, it's over the VWAP, it's over the VWAP. So the VWAP looks like it finally held, and it's got a little bit of room to run. But I know you're looking to short. So problem is that you've got to if you want to short this, to me, you'd have to wait for it to break the VWAP again. And it's not that far away. I mean, it's 16 cents, 17 cents away from the VWAP. So, I mean, if you don't have you should have the single stock window up, or you should have the VWAP on the chart, so you can do a lot of this analysis yourself. Okay, because that's all I'm doing. And then, of course, I'm looking left to see what sort of room it has. Any stock. And of course, the 200-day moving average. So be aware of where the VWAP is, the 200-day moving average is, excuse me, and then check left if you're looking to short something. Where's the next low? where could it go until it hits that next low? It's also an earnings play. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I didn't even know that. It's actually, well, it's an earning play after hours. After hours, yes. After hours. So it's not quite an earnings play right now, but certainly after hours. All right. Well, Billy is testing that VWAP again. No, there's no hard and fast rule, VREsh. You have to see, the question is, so you buy when at the VWAP or the 200-day. There's no hard and fast rule. You have to be able to, you have to be aware where it is. And then, like I'm watching the Billy. Is it going to bounce? Is it going to continue to hold? No, I mean, it's in jeopardy, 1701, but it looks like it's trying to hold. The longer it holds, then all of a sudden you get some volume, this could pop again. So it's not just a matter of, okay, take the trade, at the VWAP or the 200-day, but those are very important areas to know about. And if that is, that's why I'm always saying you can use their simulator and to practice trading like that, take some trades, around the VWAP or if it bounces off the VWAP, things like that, see how it works. That could be a trading strategy for you. So, I mean, the longer it holds this VWAP, the better. But I mean, it's it's tenuous right now. It's right on it. 1701, 1701. It's right on it. These are just important levels that many, many traders follow. That's why I'm not a big indicator guy. Okay, but these are levels that even somebody like myself, who's not a big indicator guy, the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. I mean, it's just that it's followed by so many traders. Ah, the grind. Okay, let's see. So if Shady is saying long over 680, sure, why not? Let's put an alert at 687 and see what happens. This, of course, is one that had a great first day of trading, all the way up to 71. Was a SPAC, became a GRND. Look at Billy, guys. I mean, it is doing its best to hold that 200-day moving average. It really is. Well, for grind, the next high is 9, I think. What did it get up to yesterday? Yeah, it got as high as 9 yesterday. So yeah, I mean, it's possible. Watching it trade right here around the 685, 690 mark for grind, GRND. Again, all traders are looking at is just what happened. When was this day? Boy, it's not that long ago. On the 18th this month. Well, I'm watching it. I might be induced to take it if it breaks 7. That's for the grind, GRND. Yeah, the problem with putting a price alert on something like this is that it could just really break right through so quickly. So I almost have to be watching the chart, which I don't like. I like to put price alerts. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll put a price alert at 698 and see what happens. And as long as it doesn't like race right through. Oh, they're coming out of the woodwork today. Here's another. This is a pink sheet stock. Yeah, it's a pink sheet. I guess it probably co-listed. Probably trades in the Canadian Stock Exchange, but NILIF just got halted. Look. Okay, well, it hit 7, but it came right back down. Talking about the grind, popped up to 707, but then it traded right off it. I mean, guys, this is very, very, very risky. I mean, I know what Shady's going to say. I mean, you got to have a stop, but sometimes because these things can move so fast, you might have a stop in place, but you may not get out where you want to. That's all. So my recommendation, if you were going to take something like this, is don't take too many shares. Yeah, it's a rule. There's only 28,000 shares available to short for GRND at Interactive Brokers, and with that big 602% rate, so probably don't have to worry too much about short selling on this one. And let's see, I just heard another halt. PAFO, oh, halted on the way down. Look at this one. Pacifico, another one of these SPACs. So what are they doing? So they have not, I don't know who they're trying to Caravel to go public. So that was announced back in April. So I don't know how close they are now. Okay, there's grind back at 7, guys. Roku, let's take a look at Roku. You guys are talking about Roku, and yeah, what a pop. Now there's the VWAP. Another, again, there's the VWAP. Will it hold at 55, around 55? 55.71 is the VWAP. So, well, I don't know if the potential energy is building for grind here at 7. Let's take a look at the, so as I mentioned it, look at the histogram, trying to move a little higher here. It's got to try to clear that high right here, that 716. It tried. Holding 7, keeps holding 7. That's the grind. GRND. All right, so Billy gave up the 200, the VWAP. Looks like Billy is giving it up. All right, guys. Well, 10:46. I'm a little late for my little intro to everybody. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I get live on the mic at 9. I do open the room at 8. You guys can chat amongst each other, and I get onto the mic at 9. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. And I like to always start. I'm going to be a little brief today, but going over my homepage. Okay. Yeah, that 7 is still that little barrier for grind. It doesn't want to take it out in a huge way yet, anyway. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be brought right to the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off. You click on that. If you do take out a subscription, you click on the Let's Get Started, and it's about 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes, and it'll get you started. Your first download and installation, your login, etc. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know if it triggered yet. it doesn't trigger today, then it's, yeah, I guess it did trigger 640. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay. It's all laid out in the email. So it did trigger though. Did not trigger on Monday or Tuesday, but 640 was the trigger point. Lots of education here. Okay, click here on the education link. Got a great user guide. Only thing I'll talk about in the user guide, there is that getting started. In the user guide, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay, lots of other information in the user guide, but make sure you understand what all of this is about. Oh no. Oops. I booted myself out of the room, guys, so just give me a moment. Okay, you guys can hear me on YouTube, but I accidentally clicked the wrong button, so I'm out of the main room. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I clicked the wrong button and I booted myself out of the room, so let me get my screen sharing back. Okay, should be good to go now. All right, so where was I? After the user guide, here's that getting started again. Daily support, so today's Wednesday, so I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve Gomez. He is the originator of the trades of the week, so you can ask him about it. And daily webinars, okay, there is not one today. There is one tomorrow. There's one next week, Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a great little course. Free. Starts off with an introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Last, oops, my scans. So here are the scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. These are the two races that you see. I'll go over the races in a bit, but I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So if you save my link, if you decide you want to take out a subscription at some point, please use my link. That gives the room the credit. The room is free. And yes, I do get a little bit of credit for it myself personally. Okay. So if you save my link and take out a subscription, great. But you also saving my link though, you can always look at my scans anytime you want. And of course, the education section. What I've tried to do in my homepage is probably put together most of the things that most people want if they had to go to our website and try to navigate around our website to try to find information. Okay. Hmm. Can you guys hear me and see my screen? I want to make sure in the main room. Okay, thank you. Okay. So continuing, watch the grind to see if it takes out 7 one more time. So I am sharing a lot of scans, but we have a lot of other scans up here. So up here, meaning our toolbar, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, you'll see, I'm not going to go over anything today, okay? But these are all theme-based channels, and you'll see that we have some scans in every one of these. And if you liked one of them, you have to go to the guide. It'll show you how you can extract the scan from a dock channel bar, save it into your cloud, okay? So we have a lot of scans here. So if I were starting out, just click on the different theme-based channels and see what's going on. And of course, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. We have a lot of, if I right click configure and click on search, don't get overwhelmed by how many real-time alerts we've got. These are all real-time alerts, and they're the new high, new low of the day, all the way down. And when you see these icons, these are all the screeners or the filters that we have. And why do we have so many? Well, when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So I got to say something, okay? We get a lot of emails coming in, and people ask, honestly, I think that I don't know. I'm not singling out anybody in this room, and the people that send in these emails, they may not even be here, but I think people really try to overcomplicate trading. They're looking for the magic combination of everything and thinking that that's going to do it. And I have a very simplistic way. I'm not saying everybody has to follow what I do, but I just think that people really get into the weeds, and we have people saying, I had an alert 4 months ago on this and it didn't show up on in your scanner or something like that. Why? One stock 4 months ago that somehow, they looked at some other I don't know, charting program, and maybe it had 100,000 shares traded and we had 110 4 months ago, and they get really into it. I mean that's I don't know what to say. But I just think too many people just overthink trading. All right, guys. So look at Magnite, MGNI. Interesting. Getting close to that whole number. But again, I look left. I don't like it. I just don't like it. Doesn't have enough room for me to consider taking this trade. But when I say room, I'm looking left on a daily chart, and I'm always just looking left to see where the next high is. If it's too close to the current price, in my opinion, I just duck out of the trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to, pop right through and keep going, but that's just sort of my style. I mean, that's why, we're talking about the grind. Well, I mean, if it ever does really hold that seven, you just look left yesterday, it hit nine, right? $9. So I mean, it's got some room. Takes out seven, that's $2. But that's not the real reason. I mean, the real reason is because it did this nonsense the day it started trading as grind, all the way up to almost $75. Now, also, I just want a big thanks to everybody who did take out a subscription using my link. It really helps the room, as I said. Had a nice month for November, so I do appreciate it. So AVDL, this is maybe interesting. Look at this break. So I can't see anything. My cat is pawing at me wanting food. Just give me a moment. Okay. All right, Dak. So you bought Mayo. I knew you'd like that one probably at some point in the day. Well, it did. Did it break? Never broke a dollar. I mean, I may even take this if it gets over a dollar. I'm going to stick an alert at around $1.03 and just see if it takes that out. Okay, Mr. Grind. Boy, just it's pretty erratic right now, guys. I mean, look at the topping tails and the bottoming tails, for this grind. So it's pretty tough spread right now. 696, 710, 77. I mean, it is. I mean, if it goes, it's going to go, but just because of what happened. But it is very AVDL. Yeah, I know. I had that up and running. What the heck did it do? AVDL. Or I had it on my screen up and running. AVDL. So you're looking to short this, I'm assuming. Pump to 11 by Jeffries. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Trading higher after Jeffries. Yeah, I don't know how powerful Jeffries is. I really don't. I mean, we saw the power of Wedbush yesterday with Geo. Okay, so this is a second day. No, it isn't. This is an earnings play, guys. Hewlett Packard. Sorry about that. This is an earnings play. HPE is an earnings play. Massive float, 1.28 billion in the float. So there's a huge float, but it could be one of those type of trades that is, relatively relaxing. Okay. The bigger the float, it may not do like a huge amount, but let's take a look left. Of course, I don't see anything on my daily chart here. So let's look at the weekly chart and see what we can see. I mean, it looks like 1680 on the weekly chart is the next high, 1680. Right there is 1603. Right there is 1598, and then there's the 1680. So, I mean, it's basically it's above it's basically above those two weekly highs. And then the next weekly high is 1680. So, I mean, it's got some room. Okay, grind. One more. Guys, I have to put myself on mute as I'm watching with great interest the grind. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, that like grind is really now trying to clear that seven in a big way. No more nonsense. In a big way now, guys. Big way. But it's still, I mean, it's still, yeah, I agree with Shady. I mean, if you took it at 680, you've got to take some out. You just don't know I mean, the rug could get pulled just like that. So, that's what I was doing. Okay, that's why I put myself on mute, just in case I said a bad word. Okay, and because this is still very whippy. Ooh, BZ, what is BZ doing? Is BZ really giving it up? Yep. Yeah, really giving it up. So what is KWeb doing? KWeb, yeah. Okay, so you had a nice short. Who had that short? Algonquin, Algo Quant, Algonquin, Algo Quant. You had that short of KWeb, so you're looking good there. So a lot of the China stocks are probably doing exactly the same thing. How is NIO doing? Yeah, so following KWeb finally. All right, let me talk a little bit about the races, okay, guys, because I see Grind won the last race, okay? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the races, why I think if you're new to trading, or even new to trade ideas, I think this is a great way to focus just on a few stocks for the day. So the races, I've got two races. I am sharing them. Biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers from the open percent. So I'm sharing these two races. All races start from a top list window. Okay. And you'll notice here's a top list window, an example of one. And if I right click, launch real-time stock race. Okay, so that's where a race starts from. And all of this is in the guide. You click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the guide, and you'll see TI stock races. So what does this race mean? So I'm running a 4-minute race here. Okay, I'm 2 minutes into that 4-minute race. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, must be between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded at least, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. If a stock meets those filter requirements, when a race starts, I will see the stock that has moved the most since the race started based on those filter requirements. So Brush, BRSH, now it's only moved 2 cents. Okay. So it's a cheap one. But the grind, of course, when it won a race, I'm sure it was a bigger percentage. But that's what happens as this race continues. To win its way down to the 4-minute to close. You'll see stocks jockeying for position on this leaderboard, and eventually, at the end of the race, a leader or a winner will be declared. So what happens is you'll see there is a top 10 list that is automatically created for you, and it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So EFSH has won 3 races today, Grind has won 3, SADX, etc. So that's why we see these in ranked 1 through 10. The stocks that win the most races over the course of the day will make it onto this leaderboard, onto the watch list. So that's why I'm saying you can just then concentrate on these stocks, see if you get setups. So for instance, Wolf won 1 race today. Well, let's see what it's doing now. So you might look at this and go, okay, Wolf is trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP. Maybe if it pops, it's an earnings play today. It's interesting because it had a big positive, initial positive about it in the pre-market. And look what it did though. I mean, it's still positive. It's still up 11%, but it did fade a lot. But maybe, holding that VWAP. So, if you might want to put an alert at 1065 and see what happens there. And maybe that gets you into the trade. Why 1065? Just the high of that candle and that candle. And maybe it resumes. So, click on LI. LI, of course, is now here at another one. It looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. A super strong stock with XPEV and, NIO and, the 3 China EVs, very strong. Now, if KWEB, I would be watching KWEB to see what KWEB is doing. The China ETF. Looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. So if it got back up to 2176, that could get it running again. So this gives you just a nice list to concentrate on all day long. Now, you should use the simulator. If you're new to trading, you can use our simulator to practice all of this. Take a trade, see what happens. Okay, now you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, stock racing and this brokerage plus window is not available. Now this race here, it's similar. The big difference is that I have added a $500 million minimum market cap and a minimum $50 million float. So you're not going to see big percentage moves. Look at VAX right here, guys. That's a good move. I mean, at 17 cents, 7.5%. Up for the day, okay, or since the open, it's moved 3.95%. So you look at it, I mean, to me, it looks a little too choppy. Not everything is going to look beautiful, but at least you're focused, gives you some focus on just 10 stocks, if that's, and I think if you're new to trading, that is what I would do, because you're on the risk of having so many. If you go into our toolbar and or our channel bar and you look at all the alerts and scans that we have created, you can get overwhelmed by having too many, and you'll just click like mad all day long on different alerts and get nothing done. It's probably the common question. Well, how do I know what to trade? I'm not saying that every one of these is going to turn into an awesome trade, but at least, every single day is going to create a nice watch list for you every single day without you having to do a thing. And you can practice for, several months before you actually commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. Okay, so if you want to practice trading before, or you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, great. All you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. So algo quant, nobody's going to tell you, okay? I mean, nobody's going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you to buy Babin now, okay? It's holding the VWAP, but I mean, all I can say is it's holding the VWAP, but it's barely holding it. Like, what do you think? What do you think? Should you buy now? I mean, it's holding the VWAP, but what is the VWAP? 86.56. So, it's trying to hold the VWAP, but are you starting though to understand? I mean, this is only my analysis, okay? Are you starting to understand though some of the in which you can make, your own judgment about things? Minute, please. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening now. So it's 11:16. You look at Wolf, it's trying to lift off that VWAP 1047, trying to lift off it. So here's why I wouldn't take this trade. I know it's showing up in Zach's bounce scan. I mean, it depends how much you think you want to be able to make, but it showed up at 832. I mean, it's not bad, but right now I wouldn't because the VWAP 863. It's less than 20 cents away. And so for me, I need more than that. Unless I'm going to try to put like a 3 cent stop on it. Okay, so this little cheap one, this brush. I remember this one. This was a disaster. Remember when this came out? The IPO, I've got, this is my weekly chart. So this came out back in August. Canadian company, basically. Yeah, this was just a terrible IPO. But it's getting some volume today. I don't know. So they're going to be presenting at some investor conference. Just a disaster. I thought this one would do better, only because I guess they're using, is it the Sonic toothbrush? Just because it had some kind of name recognition. I mean, the two main, just give me a moment. Okay, there's now Woof. Why did Woof? Yeah, okay, there goes Woof a little bit. Yeah, so you've got Oral-B and Sonic, the two main toothbrushes out there. And I just thought that, would do a lot better, but it was a disaster. Mentioned this GGB earlier too. Look at this GGB. It had a huge float. I remember, yeah, mentioning this had a huge float, and it's just sort of inching its way up. GGB. You guys have been talking about Netflix. Yeah, nice move. Well, let's look at the volume for Wolf. What do you consider low volume? Wolf? It's traded 5 million shares, 5.5 million shares. I mean, if you're talking about, I mean, yeah, the big push was here, but I mean, it's still trading 147,000 shares here. So I don't know what you mean by low volume. If you're saying the volume is tailed off, yeah, because in relation to that candle right there, but I mean, it's still trading 159,000 shares here. I'm not trying to talk you into it, but it's certainly not low volume, in my opinion, anyway. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:23. So I just want to confirm that it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room. Oh, it's Jamie today. It's not Steve. That's right. It's Jamie today. Okay. So he's going to start in, he has to leave earlier than 1. So he's going to start at 10 to 12. So I'll take my break between 11:50 and 12:50 today. Oops. Yes, you can make, so it's just, you can make an alert window based on a top list, yes. I mean, what I'm going to show you, it's just a time saver. In other words, taking the filters that you've got in a top list and then transferring them to an alert window, and then you have to have some kind of a trigger in your alert window, new high of the day, new low of the day, or whatever you want to do. So is that what you're talking about? It's just a time saver. I can show you how to do it. It's basically so Scott, can you hear me? Question was, can you make an alert window based on a top list? But before I do it, I have to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm going to do. Maybe you can't hear me. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so I'll try to answer your question two box in a second. Okay, but let me just do this for Scott. So here is, let me get a top list. Here's a top list. Okay, here's a top list window. So basically, all we're doing here is just a time saver, because what you're trying to do is, instead of having to, well, that's not a good one. Let me get another top list window. Oh, here, this one. I mean, not that there's a lot of filters in here, but all this is doing, it's just a time saver. So instead of having to recreate, you could start a new alert window and, put these filters in and then put your trigger in. This is just a time saver. So this is what you can do. So here's your top list window. First thing you do, right click, collaborate, copy. So basically now you've copied this, and then do alert window. Okay, new alert window. Now you start from scratch, load the settings, say okay, and then it's going to go, hey, wait a minute, you haven't, you've selected no alerts. Just say no. You don't want to return to this configuration window. Say no. Now you've got this alert window that's going to go crazy. Okay. Then you right click. Now we're going to reverse it, collaborate and paste. Now, if I look at this, there are the filters. Okay, those are the filters that were in my top list window. Now the next step is to create some kind of you want to get rid of this heartbeat. Don't even ask what the heartbeat is. Now you want to create some kind of an alert. Whatever that's going to be. If you want a new high for the day. Okay, so now I've taken that top list window and I've turned it into an alert window with the new high of the day triggering. I missed the first step. Okay. So right click on your top list window, right click, collaborate, collaborate, copy. So right click on the top list window, collaborate, and copy. Now you've copied the filters that are in here. And then now you're going to create a new alert window, new alert window. You want to start from scratch. You want to sort of get rid of everything. Start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, now you've got nothing in this alert window. And this is just maybe the tricky part. When you say okay, and it's going to say, hey, wait a minute, you've selected no alerts, exclamation mark. You do not want to return to the configuration window. Just say no. And now you've got this alert window. You've got this alert window that's going to go crazy. So now the next step is to copy these filters in by right click. You just reverse the process, collaborate and paste. So now those filters that were in here are now in here. And now you've got to pick, how you want to manage those. You want to see stocks when they make a new high for the day, or, here are all the filters we've got, or sorry, all the alerts, real-time alerts we've got. Okay, and then just check that. Get rid of this heartbeat. Don't even ask what it's about. Okay, and now I've taken that top list and I've turned it into an alert window. Or if I right click, configure, these filters that are right here are the same ones. So it's just a time saver, especially if you had a top list window that had a lot of different filters in. Okay, so it's just a time saver. That's all it is. In this one, it wouldn't be that big a deal to just start an alert window from scratch and put these and put these in. But if you had a top list window that had 10 or 12 filters in it, it's just a time saver. Okay, why does my window get populated 3 times when using linking toolbox? Why does my window? Okay, that is a question. I'm not sure I understand. Why does I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. Why does my window get populated 3 times when using linking? When you talk about linking, you're talking about tools, our external linking tool, or are you talking about linking the charts? Like, what do you mean by linking? What are you trying to tell me? What is your? So yeah, as Pepe is asking, are you talking about our external linking tool that you can link to a broker or other websites, or are you talking about linking, symbol linking? Like, what linking are you talking about? The plunge protection team. Boy, that was a great. Used to hear all about that. What, 14 years ago, 2008, and on. Oh, Manny. So that was you 2 box in the other room. Okay. Basically sends a ticker 3 times on my level 2. So my level. But what broker are you using? Oh, CMAG. Don't know. I don't know how to help you on that one. Um, what you can do, it used to work fine before. Okay. Did you use the alternate method? Maybe you have to do that. You understand what I'm talking about when I tools external linking, and then if I edit the link, So you've got these two options here. Now, maybe you didn't have to do it before. I'm not familiar with CMAG at all, and so yeah, I'll tell you what then, I can't help you, but maybe if you go to our homepage, I think Bill is there. He's sort of our linking expert, and maybe try to explain what's happening and see if he can help you. Okay, I'll give you the homepage link. I absolutely cannot help you. Wish I could just say, yeah, here, just do this, but click on the homepage link. And then when you see the little pop-up questions and answers, click on that and ask the question. I'm using CMAG, and now as far as Thinkorswim goes, that should be still okay because we have a lot of people using Thinkorswim. And I know, it's tricky, running an administrator and all that, but Thinkorswim. So I think Pepe uses Thinkorswim. You guys in the room who use Thinkorswim and you're using our new build, are you having any problems? I won't be able to help you. Okay, I'm sorry. I just will not be able to help you because I don't have it. I don't have that, and they say to run it in both in administration mode, trade ideas and Thinkorswim. Andre, nobody trading XFAB. Oh, I'm sure lots of people were trading XFAB earlier today. No, lots of people. I mean, on that move up, had earnings. So yes. Ah, really? When you updated, I know you asked that question a long time ago, Dak or Zach. So what have you had to do? You have to go back to the old version. Yeah, I just don't know how to help you. Linking can be really finicky. It's not necessarily on well, I guess it is on our end if you went back to an old version and it works. Just ping Bill on that one and see if he's got anything. Now, when you say the latest version, are you talking about you? But you asked that question a couple of weeks ago, right? So I don't know. Maybe even maybe the latest version works. But let me just ping Bill and see what he says. Oh, there's no question. Linking is I mean, it'd be a pain if you had to click on or type the symbols in all day long. CMAG, I just don't know though. But did you go to the homepage and ask the question? Is it possible Bill can have some insight to it? I don't know. He's kind of our linking expert. I mean, that's why I love IB. I mean, IB just, I mean, it is linked perfectly for now 6 years now. Well, you should see the today P&L, right? If you have that column. So I don't have a list of trades here, but I mean, if I, well, in fact, I think, let me just go here. So here's my today P&L for MAT. So I'm assuming that's what you would use. You know, if you had a bunch of different trades, it would tell you today's P&L for each trade. You just have to add that column, I guess. If you don't have that column, okay. All right, guys. So I will be taking off just a little bit earlier because Jamie has to leave earlier. He'll be in our YouTube room. Let me just, in about 10 minutes. So let me just put the YouTube link in. So you can head over to listen to Jamie. Now, Jamie is a big user of Brokers Plus, and now he used to use it with E-Trade. I don't know. I thought he actually was. Now you can't use Brokers Plus with Thinkorswim, but I thought he actually had a Thinkorswim account now too. But anyway, you're going to ask him questions about more advanced use using Brokerage Plus. I don't use Brokerage Plus. Okay, I just trade from within IB. The only reason I have this up here is just to demonstrate simulation trading, but I don't actually use Brokerage Plus to trade. Oh, I didn't even realize that the AI had Wolf as obviously had some kind of a pullback trade. Okay, so this is what Bill said. They can try using the rule interactive brokers old. Okay, so let's do this. This is for DAS. Okay, so external linking, and then if I edit this, edit the link, and then interactive brokers old. Okay, he says that should work. Or he says use the rule none, but maybe you want to try that. I know you don't want to do that right now, Zach, but maybe once the market's closed, maybe you want to try that, Interactive Brokers Old, and see if that works for you. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Jamie might show up even a little bit earlier, so I'm here until he shows up. On a break, back around 50. Okay. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at Hutu. Look at Hutu. You talk about a continuation after earnings. There's the 28th, and it just kept running and running and running. And now HTOO is into the 200-day moving average. What a run. What a run, guys. 3 days ago, this was $4, almost $7 now. Thank you, Pepe. I do appreciate it. If you have any insight for these gentlemen or ladies. There's another little continuation after earnings, guys. Had earnings, the reaction was yesterday to AZEK. I mean, I guess it's got some room to 1877. I mean, that's where the big resistance is, 1877. Yeah, I resisted checking out tops, Don, but I do know that it's, we find this one funny. This didn't we find out that this split adjusted was like a $3 trillion stock? But anyway, there's tops. You're absolutely right. It's up 37%, very low float because of all the reverse splits it did. Let me just refresh my memory. Oops. Oops. That's not good. Okay, so I'm going to have to yeah, get rid of that. Let me just put a new chart in there. And what is this called? Docked 3 charts. Duplicate into docked 3 charts. Okay, get rid of the bad one. Make this a daily chart. See, look what tops did to me. So I do know that when I went back in time, I think it turned out that, split adjusted, it was like a $3 trillion stock or something. Anyway, I'm not going to do it again. All right, Jamie should be in our room very soon, in the YouTube room. Symbol linking. All right, guy. Wow, what's a SAT-X doing? This I thought actually would have a bigger run. You might want to watch this later. I mean, this is again a little bit like the grind, except it actually got about the same price. Got up to 70, $80. That's what grind did. But this did this more recently. Again, this was a SPAC, turned into this. This is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers, HTOO, not shortable for me. What a move. Even today, I mean, look at this move, 550 to 683. It's a low float from the Emerald Isle. Yeah, XBEV is moving again. You're absolutely right. I mean, XBEV is just because it's an earnings play. So, I mean, it might be doing this regardless of what KWeb was doing, what the rest of the China stocks were doing, but it can't hurt. So look at KWeb and then look at what XBEV did. Probably very similar. Here's some red candles, and remember, KWeb had a little bit of a downturn. We have another halt, AJRD. Ooh, Aerojet Rocketdyne. So this has just got halted, guys. AJRD just got halted. And let's see, 75 million in the float. So this is a volatility halt. I don't see any news on it yet. Defense stock. Jamie, are you there yet?
Yeah, I was talking, but didn't realize I had my mute button pushed.
You must have been saying some wonderful things too.
um,
It's
other
always the
than
way.
other than hi Barry, yes.
Hi, Barry, where the heck are you? All
Yeah,
right, my friend.
so 10 minutes till,
Yeah.
and we should be good to go. Let me grab the screen here 1 second.
All right.
Okay, should be good to go, Barry.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you at about 10-2.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about anything, just let me know through the chat panel there. Let me silence my alerts here. And boy, what an interesting day with all these China stocks. As you can see, I've got XPEV up here, but most of them are doing the same thing. There's a couple that aren't following the herd. ZH going the other way. But all the EV manufacturers and some of the other ones, let's see, let's check on LU here. LU participating in the upswing there. So apparently all the lockdowns and chaos in China aren't impacting the stock values right now. Hey, Iris. Well, I'm doing all right. I'm fighting seems like everybody in Texas right now is getting hit with this cold or whatever you want to call it. You might be able to tell it in my voice. I'm a little stuffy here, so just trying to ward off a cold that I've had since Saturday, but feel a little icky, but it's not keeping me down. Just more of an annoyance. Hope you're doing okay too. Having said that, if you guys hear me mute my microphone frequently, it's just because I'm trying to save you from hearing all my coughing and whatnot over here. This was a good one right here. Let's see. Well, that not top, but tops. Okay, interesting. We got TOP coming through here, but over here on my top list, we've got tops. Okay, this is the one that I was just referring to here. Sweet little breakout. Hold on, I don't know why my chart is not cooperating when I try to expand it here. This one's working fine. This one, for some reason, is not wanting to compress. In any case, we can see right here this nice little pre-market area. And we can also see the range break from the regular session here. All right. So notice this little smiley face pattern that it kind of put in here. And then boom, as soon as we broke right here at 224, off to the races. No pun intended there. And the thing to point out about tops right now is what we got going on down here. Look at that volume still in effect on the 5-minute level. That equates to 60 times normal volume. But we've only got about 1.6 on relative. But you can see here, that's when the volume kicked in right here, right at that break level. So really nice risk to reward ratio there. Entry candle here, 225, topping out a little over 3. Nice clean entry, decent risk, 1, 2, 3. So we were only risking about 12 or 13 cents on this trade here to make roughly 75 cents. And that is one heck of a risk to reward factor there. Nice and simple. Yes, it will go back to XPEV here. Didn't participate in this one because it just ran right from the open. It opened up, let's see here, 854. Pretty close to the top of that range there. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's my pre-market screwing things up here. For some reason, Control's not doing it for me. Now, keep in mind, I am testing a new version of Trade Ideas right now. So I tell you what, let's pop back into the regular server, and that might be what's causing that issue. Yep, that appears to be the case. Hold on, ladies and gents, I gotta write that down. All right, give that to the boys to take a look at. But ever since the opening flurry, things seem to have quietened down. You can see all the volume levels here on the SPY. We're kind of right, not quite in the middle of the range, but pretty close. We got comments from our beloved Fed people later on, coming up not too far away from now. So I'm assuming that's kind of what everybody's waiting on. Hear the Fed speak. potential interest rate hike, so forth and so on. So I would expect us to kind of be in the doldrums until until those comments are made. Typical for one of these days. And as you can see here, let's see, I think tops was showing up not in the top 10 because it came to life a little late. So that's why we're not seeing any tops in the top 10 winners. But really, it was this top list right here that got my attention. And, we're always talking about volume. Volume is definitely a good thing to have on your side. And so what I have right here is just a simple top list. If we check out the config window, really minimal filtering, just stocks between 1 and 5. Got to kick out 2 million shares over the 3-month average. But then I've just added the 5-minute volume column here. So I can quickly take a peek here and go, hey, these guys may not have extremely high relative volume, but for some reason or another, they're coming to life now. Purple, doing just a meager 3x normal 5-minute volume. Interestingly enough, this was a great stock yesterday. I was in and out of this many times yesterday. Well, yeah. And making sure I'm on the right day there. Today is the last day of November. So we can see purple, once it got active and broke that opening range break yesterday, it was a very orderly ascent. All right, pardon me, ladies and gents, while I take a dose of cold medicine. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Sure, Jeff, no problem. So real quick here before I drop this cloud link into the chat, just wanted to show you that the filter settings are very minimal, right? We've got this pointed to the entire market, a simple $1 minimum, $5 max, average daily volume, 2 million shares a day over the 3-month average. And, I've added the 5-minute volume column, and that's what the list is sorting by. If we go back here, take a look at the sort column. Oh, wait, relative volume. So I tell you what, I've been manually clicking up here, so let's just change the sort. And there we have it. Look at that tops. That's crazy. Okay, so I'll just drop this in. We'll just call this thick, low dollar, 5-minute volume, extremely high. And there's the cloud link for you. Which SMA and EMA values are you referring to, Varesh? Are you talking about my moving averages up here? Because if so, these are all just simple moving averages. Blue is the 200, red is the 20, I got a 130 on there that I basically only pay attention to that on the when I have a 15-minute time frame. But if I give it a right click here and we go to modify my indicators, you can see these are all SMAs, no EMAs. 50, 200, 20, a 10, and a 130. Don't know how. Oh yeah, this is the pattern recognition index down here. So in case anybody was wondering, these are my volume bars on these charts, right? But I tell you what, let's just go ahead and point this one to 15. Notice how high these bars are. This is the pattern recognition thing that's not quite available to users just yet. But notice as these bars were bigger, the trend continued up. Not to be confused with volume bars. No problem, Varesh. Hutu reminds me of Manu, which Barry's been all over this stock for the past couple of days. I think the joyride is over, but it had a nice 3-day, well, prior 3 days up after two monster big green candles and gaps. And we can see what a nice ride Manu's been having. Looks like it's time to take a little rest, maybe go sideways for a while, and then go test one of these potential support resistance levels that have developed. ZH was a really good one off the open yesterday, but it's not holding up like a lot of the other Chinese stocks. I even forget what they're involved in. Online content community. Okay, so not in the EV space, but a Chinese stock. Let's check in on KWeb. Let's see. All right. Tells the story right there. Not really sure when the pattern recognition indicator or study will be available. It should be coming soon. Right, so once again, Varesh, this is not volume. This is pattern recognition index. So Michael Noss, our in-house CMT, developed this study, as we could call it, and it's looking at all the different candle formations as the stock is trading on the 15-minute time frame. So notice these bars are getting smaller. So one could hypothesize that the current move is down. And that's the way it's looking right now on the 15-minute candle. Now, if these were all stacked up to the gills here, we might see an upward momentum potential. But notice on XPEV, slightly increasing, and we're getting a slight push, right? What a nice little run in that opening hour, 8:55 all the way up to 10:38, almost 2 points. But of course, these stocks are notorious for having big moves. It's just their nature. So hopefully that'll be coming to you guys pretty soon, Fresh. I'm just going to kind of scan through the rest of these high volume symbols. Of course, it's no big surprise to see LU on there as well. LU also having a nice move, buck 46 up to about, let's call it a buck 76, 30 cents on another lower price stock. Volume in the 5-minute period still 3 times normal. Yeah, CX not doing much of anything there. Speaking of BB, that reminds me of BBBBY, which had a nice little day yesterday. Checking out this little range break from yesterday, right at the 309 level. And getting all the way up to almost 350 there. Of course, them being one of the meme stocks, the fall from grace from the run up to basically 30 bucks, and now we're back down here. A good 10 times haircut, 30 down to 3. Ride was hitting highs earlier, actually trying to ride the coattails of the China EV makers. Not doing near as much, but kind of just getting drug along. Not a Chinese company, but in the same field. A buck 54 and a whopping 6-cent run from its opening range break there, but 48 up to about buck 60, a whole 12 cents in ride today from the open, not including the gap there. You know, I almost took a stab at GRND today. It's just a very chaotic trading stock. Gets real wicky and not exactly a thick stock. Maybe it'll get a little tamer in the future. Doesn't look like I missed out on much today. I mean, 656 up to 737, but boy, you had to be quick. Just a little too jittery for my taste at this point. But hey, look here, grind kind of adhering to the IPO market as of late. I can't tell you how many of these stocks opened. What was our top tick there? 71.51 on grind. And look, it's also a little over a 10x haircut from basically 70 down to below 7. Seems to be a common theme with a lot of these high-flying IPOs of late. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there, but if you do have any questions, just go ahead and get them out there. Not a bad little breakdown here after the opening 45 minutes on AR. 36.83, 60 some odd cents. Not bad for a relatively thicker issue. A little out of my price range there on Shockwave Medical. I was looking at this, I'm like, wow. Of course, no min-max price here, just pointed to a list of rather thick stocks. But I typically don't dabble in these. I typically don't dabble in anything over 50 bucks typically. Speaking of meme stocks, DWAC did have a little run off the bottom today, but couldn't hold up for very long. Interesting catch on the 50 period there, or excuse me, the 20. The green line down here is my 50. Notice we have the twin and the 10 and the 20 crossing here. And DWAC really asleep with a relative volume of 0.2 and only 3% of normal on the 5. Let's see who else had earnings today. Okay, for those of you who do like to keep up with, even though we're kind of winding down earnings, this is a very handy list that I like to watch. Earnings today, pre-market. So this is only showing us stocks that have earnings today that have already gotten them out of the way. Of course, if you're looking at it pre-market, as they're going on, but the 0.25 is indicating today. So every one of these guys reported pre-market as of today. And we can see all the usual Chinese suspects in here, XPEV, ZH, BBW. Nice little gap up and got a little bit off the top there and just kind of getting range bound there. But we can immediately glance over here and see, well, these are all the stocks that had earnings, and these are the ones that are currently experiencing higher relative volume. That's no guarantee that they're all going to be good movers, but it's certainly a positive if you see the stock doing what you want it to. Not a whole lot on the table from ZH there, but we're talking about $1.10 down to 96 cents, so 14 cents on $1.10 there. Not a bad percentage move if you're able to get short on that one. All right, questions coming in here. Give me one quick second here while I down a little bit more cold remedy. Okay, thanks for bearing with me there. I'm trying a homeopathic remedy, which requires a dose every 15 minutes for a couple of hours. So thanks for bearing with me there. Okay, Peter. When I'm looking to buy, I watch charts. Looking close, one above the 10 SMA. Should a day trader look at the 5 or the 15-minute chart? Good question. And when it comes to the 10 period, I would say the 15-minute chart. And of course, I always have to give Steve Gomez credit for turning me on to that. But when a stock is in play, notice XPEV here. Buyers in total control with the gap up, nice uptrend. And notice well above the 10 period SMA, which is the green line here. Notice it's still well above it. And it's really, it's come a little bit close, but has not touched the 10 period SMA yet. So the momentum is still intact, volume is still good. Of course, everything's kind of getting quiet right now. But when it comes to the 10 period simple moving average for momentum on intraday stuff, I would definitely say the 15-minute period. Now, let's say later on in the day, we come down here and a 15-minute bar closes below the 10 period moving average, that's typically an indicator that the bulls are losing control, and that's when the stock might turn bearish. Okay. Now, a lot of the times they'll come down here and get through and wick back up before the bar closes. So it's really important to point out we definitely need a close below the 10 period. A lot of people, you know, there might be, you know, 10 minutes, 5 minutes left in that 15-minute candle, and they'll think, oh, it's below it, so I'm going to go short now, or I'm going to close my long out. But it's pretty important to get a close below it, because a lot of the times they will come and test and wick back up through and close above again. So Peter, I hope that helps you out there. Z-Man, for sure. If you have a request, want to know if something can be done, send that email to info@trade-ideas.com. info@trade-ideas.com. So Anthony, how do you save my setting? Are you talking about the top list that I dropped in to the chat panel earlier? If so, once you load that cloud link up and you get the window to present itself, you can save the window through a couple of different methods. You can right click on the window and say save or share to cloud, and then click the save button down here, and that'll save it to your cloud, which I recommend doing that. Secondly, let's say you want this to be part of your default layout. Once you get it positioned where you'd like it to live, you can always come over here as well, click File, Save Layout, save it to your default layout, and that way it pops back up each and every time you open your layout. Okay, Jonathan, just reading your question. Dock channel bar, there are less options than default channel bar. There are new channels are better. Well, let's take a look here. Let me just spawn. I don't think my channel bar is hiding over there. Nope. So I'll just spawn the regular one. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing metals and infrastructure. More than likely, it's just they have not been added to the docked channel bar for some reason. It's not that any of them are better or worse than the other. It's all dependent upon what you want to see. My best guess is they just haven't added them to the docked channel bar yet. Now, if there is, a channel that you want, you could always spawn the channel in the regular channel bar and then convert it to a dock, put those windows into a dock. But I'm not really sure exactly why those are not, why the full boat is not in there yet. But good observation there, Jonathan. All right, Z-Man, regarding your comment on the 9 period SMA and a 2 minute, is there a real problem with that I don't know of? I mean, people are so different. I mean, whatever works for you, you know, if the 9 period on the 2 minute is getting it done for you, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. We just duplicate. I'll come down here. I'll change mine to a 9. 2 minute. Let's take a gander. Notice things didn't really change a whole lot there. Just got a little closer on the 9, on the 15. And then if we go to a 2 minute, I mean, that looks pretty good on a 2 minute. Some brief punches below it, and then, coincidentally, the 20 period kind of meshing with that, but looks pretty good on the 2 minute. Looks pretty good on the 3 too. And what I've noticed a lot of the times is it even works pretty well as a guiding hand on the 5 minute as well. But a lot of the times, you know, we'll be testing it on the 5 minute. You'll pull up the 15 minute. There'll be a lot of room there. So probably better to have both time frames. Good question, Raj. I would love to go into detail about that, but it's probably just not the right forum to go into that topic right now. I can tell you this: I've used it before, and it works exceedingly well. Um, but like I said, I better not. I better not stray to that topic right now. It gets a little dicey. But I appreciate your comment and your curiosity. Yeah, and some of the channels in the regular channel bar have been there since the creation of the channel bar, and perhaps the dev team just didn't feel, you know, we track the channels and see how many people are using the channels. So that could also be the case, is if nobody's using them, why bother putting them in the newer version? Hey, Circle, you must have just come in, or I didn't see you earlier. Wait. I'm see my right now it feels like my ears are stopped up and my eyes are burning a little bit. So I might miss a few questions here. Yes. Your senses are accurate, perfect. You might notice my voice is a little different. And yes, I told the rest of the crew I'm under the weather. Andy also lives in Texas, but he lives in a town a couple hundred miles away from me. But it seems here in Texas, the funk is going around early. Um, Happens to coincide with fall when all the dead plant material is circulating in the air as well. That doesn't help. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm just not sounding that good. But to your other question there, Circle, what's the deal with the thick volume top list? Well, this has been pointing me to some really good trades as of late. And, notice this is all it is. It's just a top list and it's being sorted by 5 minute volume. And the Filters are incredibly simple. This is looking for low dollar stocks between 1 and 5 that average 2 million shares a day over the 3-month period. So you know that they're doing some volume, and typically if they're doing volume, they're going to be, thick stocks with smaller spreads, right? So this is all that's going on in the filter set. And then we have relative volume, and I'm sorting by 5-minute volume. So for example, one of the shining stars today was tops. Let me just convert this back over to 5 real quick here. Just looking for the same old that I look for. Here we are back to today's open. Notice this nice little small range that it put in, and then whammy right here. Okay, that nice crisp range break with low risk coming in at, let's just call it 230, and just a nice run. Wait. Yeah, there we go. See, my eyes are playing tricks on me. But this thing was going crazy off the hook with like 30,000. Look at the volume in it right now, on the 5-minute period. Matter of fact, I don't know why. There it is. For some reason, the window got out of whack there. I was wondering why it wasn't up there. But there you go. Look, top's still doing. You divide by 100, right? So 1,600 would be 10 times, but we're at 17,000. Okay, so that's a massive volume going on in the 5-minute period there. Now I did drop that into the chat panel circle, but if you want it, instead of making you scroll all the way back up there, I'll just drop it in here again. So there's the cloud link for that top list if you'd like. But yeah, back to your comment there, Raj. Yeah, it seems like the pathogens are making an early appearance this year. Not really waiting for the cold weather to set in. And see, of course, you're going to get these sometimes. Yeah, volume's extremely high, but who would want to trade this stock? So it's just a matter of parsing through and seeing which ones are conducive to what you like to trade here. All right, you might have heard that little buzzer go off. Give Jamie 30 seconds while he medicates himself. Okay, down the hatch. Yeah, exactly, Circle. This is very minimal. Takes up very little screen space. Matter of fact, I need to get busy and order myself a new monitor because I need more space. Yep, I hear that, Raj. Thus the change in my voice as well. Funny thing is, I don't feel bad. It's just I've got all the yucky symptoms. But we will persevere. You know, this little stock right here, I recognize that symbol because it was coming across the races. I think it was last week. I think it's a little spready though. Bingo. I remember that coming through the races a while back as well. Looks like it's fallen from grace though. So this is kind of the way this works. It's not like every day this thing's going to produce 2, 3, 4 winners. You might get one a day, but hey, that's all you need. Sometimes you might not get any, but when one is in play, you're going to be aware of it, and then it's just about the setup. And we got the Fed day quietness right now. Not a bad little breakdown on AR today. Okay, let's see there. How do you reduce the size of a race window coming from DK? Well, the easiest way and the only way that I know to, play with the sizing here is just to grab the border and either take it up, down, or, diagonally. But it seems like this is about the smallest I can make it. Can't squeeze it anymore from this level here. But you're just grabbing the edges and then resizing. Now, as far as the number of stocks that you'd like to see in the race, well, if you go to right click and show the race setup, then we can always modify the number of stocks. I've just got mine all set on 10. But as far as the sizing goes, it's just grabbing the borders, and that's about the smallest we can get currently.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Barry.
I'm reading the comments about you're not feeling too well. If you want, I can take over right now. I have no problem.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the offer. If you're just
I have no
dying to
problem. I'm
come,
back,
if you're
so I
just
mean,
dying to come in,
oh, I love the people on YouTube. Yeah.
well, you know what, Barry, I will. I usually stay the duration, but if you're offering, I think I
Yeah.
might accept.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Yeah,
So
it's a
let me just
little.
grab the screen.
Yeah, I
Okay.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. No problem. So I know you got a meeting at 10 too that I'm sure you can't wait to get to. So
Yeah, well, everything, of course, when the schedule is packed, these things
yeah,
come, right? Murphy's Law, right?
exactly.
And, what's weird is I never get sick. Typically, maybe I'll get a little cold once a year. Maybe.
Yeah.
But boy, you know, got one in the summer. Now it's early winter, late fall, and things are going around. So
You're
I
not
don't
a
know. Hopefully, I get mine over with now and I'm good for the rest of the winter, right?
yeah. So you're probably not a believer in flu shots and things like that, or
Oh no. Well,
okay.
here's an interesting correlation,
I don't
Barry.
want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I've had my flu shots for the last 5 years, and I haven't been sick in 5 years. So I don't want to hear what you might say.
Well, no, I was just
Okay.
gonna say I've never had the flu.
Oh, I see. Well, you know what is funny? I have a doctor friend of mine when I used to golf. He was a general, and he's not a general in the army. I mean, like he was a general practitioner,
Right.
and he said in all the years he ever treated patients. He only came across 2 flu patients. We throw around flu like it's really the flu when it's just sort of a bad cold. We always say flu, flu, flu. And he said very, very rarely does he see what is the actual medical definition of the flu. But
Don't you have a
anyway,
fever if you have a flu? Is that one of
not
the hallmarks?
necessarily. I mean, there was something. I mean, you'd have to look up the medical definition of what influenza actually is. And he said, people just throw it around. Here's your cold and flu medicine, etc.
Right,
But
right.
anyway, I'm a fully flu vaccinated guy for the last 5 or 6 years, and I feel just great.
Well, hey, whatever works, you know?
Whatever works.
Whatever
Yeah,
works,
exactly.
whatever works.
Okay,
Um,
Jamie, I'll let you go.
I'll just say that I have the ick.
The ick. You got the ick.
I've got
Okay.
the ick, man. All right, Barry, I appreciate it. Thank you very
Hey, no
much.
problem. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, I am back in all the rooms now. I've let Jamie's a little bit sick, so I let him get off a little bit early. So let me just get my music going. You and me, mind you. Okay. All right, let's see what's happening here as I get just kind of get acclimated to what is happening. I know you guys have been talking about OABI. Yeah, I mean, that's a real interesting one. I mean, look at the room it's got. OABI it's having a great day, of course, 20%, pretty good volume. But looking left is the key. The next high is 513. So yeah, and look at that histogram. Ooh, right up here. What do I see on Billy? I know you asked that question a while ago, but I was on break. So Billy, I mean, there's the VWAP. So it broke down through the VWAP, but it's trying to curl a little bit back. So right now, I consider it a no man's land. I don't really see any don't really see anything on it. I mean, if you're going to go long, well, then you've got the VWAP to contend with. If you're going to go short, then it's got to take out 1652. So it's sort of in between. NRXP. Why do I have an alert for NRXP? I do have one though. NRXP. NRXP. Well, volume coming in. I don't like the volume though. I mean, yeah, relative volume is it's only 1.5. I know some volume's coming in, but I'd rather see a lot more volume at this time of the day. I don't mind looking at things a couple 100,000 shares early on in the day, but by noon, if it hasn't really ramped up, then I'm not that interested. I don't think there's ever any news on tops, to be honest. Um, top 10 stocks trading in Discord for today. There they are. How is this? Anybody know how they actually get that information? I mean, does Discord go through every single room that talks about stocks and finds the top 10? I mean, is it literally just a computer program that does something like that? Or is it a specific set of Discord rooms? Anybody know how they come up with that? Yeah, I mean, I know it's not some guy counting, but I'm wondering if do they go through? I mean, there's how many thousands of Discord rooms, I think. Anyway, whatever it is, but I saw Globus was up too. So I mean, in the old days, guys, when we used to have tops, Globus, and dry, those were the crazy, crazy shippers. Speaking of meme stocks, though, I'm seeing GME under 25 now. Yeah. And I saw AMC dropping. So two big meme stocks. This could be an interesting one tomorrow, guys. BBW. Okay. I mean, this is almost an all-time high, BBW. It's an earnings play. And you have to wait and see to see if this one has a sort of that second, third day continuation of earnings tomorrow. One Mississippi, two Mississippi. Okay. I know that's a seconds, but okay, look at the SPY, guys. So a couple of bottom tails here. So there's a minimal disconnect here. I mean, the Dow is down. NAS is just a tad up. SPY is a little bit down. So there's a little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. What was that? Oh, I see. It's the person counting the discords. Okay. Um, what was that one that Jeffries put the $11 price target on it? I know that it got over 9. I know Zach, you mentioned that one quite a bit earlier. I saw that it got over 9. Was it started with the letter A? AVDL, thank you. AVDL, thank you. So it got over 9, still over 9, okay. Well, maybe we've got to pay a little more attention to these companies putting these price targets on it. I didn't think Jeffries was such a big one. I know, I mean, I've heard of Jeffries, of course, but okay, we got a couple. Dave in YouTube, and we have blue collars in our main room coming up with the AVDL. Thank you guys. Um, well, let's I guess keep an eye on it if it can hold 9. What's this? 54 million. Other Irish company. Oh man, Haynes. Look at this one. All-time low now. HBI, all-time low. HBI, all-time low. I got to look at this Build-A-Bear, BBW, and check to see where the next high is because this could still have some room to run today. I mean, it's almost at an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are up here. 2361, I guess that's the all-time high. 2350. So it's within striking distance. Boy, if it took those out tomorrow, I mean, then it's nothing stopping it. And as I speak, it just made another new high here, BBW. You know, there is something to be said for having fewer earnings plays because those who like to play earnings, there's not that many to concentrate on. You know, when we're in earnings season, we've got, sometimes we've got, I don't know, 200 companies releasing earnings in a day. And here, I don't know how many, I don't know the exact number, but obviously a lot less than 200. So you get more eyeballs on fewer earnings plays. 35. Yeah. So, I mean, we don't go back. I don't know how far back we go. Now, the last time I did that, I had that. Let me just see if I'm going to get that error again. So we go back to now. Okay. So if anything happened before 2010, we don't have it. Okay. 3450 or in 2005. Yeah. So we don't have that. We only go back to 2009, I guess. Yeah. Which I think is far enough. So for all intents and purposes, this is the all-time. I know it's not technically the all-time high, but it may as well be. Well, guys, grind is even making a bit of a comeback here. GRND making a bit of a comeback. I think I have an alert set up way up here around 728 or so. See if it. I mean, the VWAP actually held. The VWAP, yeah, the VWAP actually kind of held 669. Look at that purple line right there. So that kind of held. Yeah, I doubt people are still holding the bag from 2005. Yeah. I'm surprised that SATX didn't really take off, but no, but I can say boom for bandwidth. BAND. Look at the volume coming in, guys. BAND. The volume is coming into bandwidth. BAND. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not a great spread. 20, yeah, 35, 46. Now that won't matter if it, tax on a couple of dollars, but let me get to the back to the daily chart. Yeah. Okay, what is this market doing? So trying to come back a little bit. I'm just trying to look at for MICT. This was just under a dollar. So now this is, so there's a ZAC special, a DAC ZAC special, 102. Okay, so the next high is 136. Okay, guys, for you guys, I know you love these, sub $1 stocks. And now this is over, but boy, if it takes this out right here, which was the high yesterday, but it got up to 102 and it closed down here at 80. So it's trying to come back. Now, obviously, if it can maintain this one level and keep running, it's not a low float, 110 million in the float. But I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 135, which would be got anywhere close, that'd be a tremendous percentage move. The China stock, small one. I mean, if you get, not as conservative as I am, just keep looking left at these highs. I mean, there is, the high here, 320, 257. Well, guys, yeah, the volume is here starting to come into band, BAND. It's 350, 370,000, 190 is right here in this 15-minute candle, which still has about 3.5 minutes to close. So something put a charge into it. Yeah, not in mine. So that's because of the volume. Yeah. I still have the minimum of 300,000. So I guess by the time it hit, the filters weren't met. Yeah. Or 400,000. What do I have? 400. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna miss those, but I, catch them elsewhere. Just didn't know it was on your scan. Now, could you got it up here? BHC. Let's take a look at this one. This has been fading all day. It's still positive, mildly positive. I don't know if they had any news today. I'm just looking. I don't see any headline news for it. It had something happened after hours, so maybe that's the reason. IB doesn't give me. Well, no, I don't see any news for it yesterday either. Okay, so now it's the unrestricting. Okay, something to do with. Yeah, I didn't see that news in IB. Anyway, it has been basically fading all day though. And the next low looking left is 668. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room. Baletta Bio, CABA. Wow. Okay, guys. Here's this MICT. I mean, it's kind of trying to go a little bit wild. I'm surprised Zach is not talking about this. Maybe you guys have been talking about it. MICT. MICT. Just took out yesterday's high and it's got all sorts of room to 135. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it seems to be up like what you guys like to look at. MICT. Not enough volume, a million? Okay. Yeah, it's a big float. That is true. It's a big float, 110 million also, but okay. This is another earning. No, it's not an earnings. It's a sort of a continuation of earnings, guys. AZEK, and AZEK, and it's got doesn't to me it just doesn't have enough room. I mean, 1841 we're at right now, and 1870 looks like it could easily block it. Too bad. All right, Canop. Canop is still making its way down. This actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 10 o'clock at 1150. Price being 1150. So see, NXE is popping a little bit. How is how's Cameco doing? EFRX sounds like a radio station. Ah, another. Yeah, that's a penny stock. Canop, Canop keeps sweetgrass, sweetgrass. Okay, how about sweet green? Sweet green, guys, SG. I saw this one yesterday, and on this move, I think it's yeah, it was an earning play earlier this month. Okay, thank you, Zach. What do they do? I don't think we have these in Canada. So what? Salad restaurants. Salad restaurants, really? Okay. I wouldn't have thought that would go over in the land of getting enormous portions of food. Aha, not V. What's the low here? Way down here, 450. This has struggled, had that nice little move off that devastating down day, but it is starting to move back down, not V. All right, Billy's coming back. Billy is now challenging the VWAP again, I think. Yeah, 1693. So let's see what happens. See if it takes it out. Again, it's had a nice little recovery. Challenging the VWAP. Will the VWAP stall it? Yeah, market's putting a little bit of a comeback here now. I got the robot at my feet. KWeb, how's KWeb doing? Let's see if that's helping Billy. Yeah, probably. So again, KWeb, little consolidation area, and now it is through the VWAP. Yes, $28. So it's through the VWAP right now. Wow, SG, look at this. SG right at the top here in the large cap gainers. I'm just looking here because Sweet Green is showing up here and I have a 500 million market cap minimum. So it's obviously, it doesn't take the float, it takes the number of shares outstanding, of course. So that's why just doing quick multiplication of 14 by 80, and that will not give me 500 million. Obviously, there's a lot more, many more shares outstanding to get it to the 500 million market cap. Boy, what a move this Goku's had for some of these moves, guys. You just can't believe they're just going to keep going. But Goku, about a week and a half ago, was $7. Basically a double here. Goco, Goco, got started, I guess, off earnings. No, I'm wrong. I mean, earnings were back. Earnings, well, kind of got it started, I guess. November 10th post market. So, I mean, no, I mean, there was the reaction to earnings on the 11th. Next day, nothing. But since then, other than that down day, it's been straight up. GOCO. All right, guys. Well, grind is back at 7. GRND. I have an alert set around 7:30 or so. See if it takes that out. I mean, it may not, but still has never had a good spread all day long. Even though the volume is like great, the spread has not been great all day long. No, I see now why you guys are talking about the PDD. Wow. So this had earnings a couple of days ago. One day we may wake up and they will all be gone. Thank goodness. Look at this ape. I mean, these people who bought ape thinking this was going to be the godsend for AMC. Oh man, look at this. 1056 on the high, 94 cents now. I'm keeping an eye on KNOP in case it gives up 1130, guys. In a very weak earnings play. Sweet Green, another new high. Was it halted? It wasn't halted. I thought well, it was trading. I thought it was actually halted. All right, so this is shortable for me. So your first alert was at 1401 and then all the way up to 1422. We have a new high for SG. Oh, forgot to turn on my guy. Well, this is still pretty strong. This SG hasn't really given it up yet. 1424, 1429. I'd like to see it a little higher because if we're going to short this, 1373 looks like good support. So I'd like to see it a lot higher. Look at this CINC. This was oh, okay. At least that was a symbol. So this is the one that got hammered down yesterday, and it's right at yesterday's low, I believe. Not quite. 1155 is yesterday's low, 1155. That would be an all-time low. So it got hammered down yesterday, CINC. Well, it looks like Billy got rejected again at that VWAP. ILI looks like it's getting rejected again at the VWAP. So, a potential little short. It probably have some support around 1650. The VWAP's 1693, so it's 7 cents away. How about 8 cents away? Well, I want to tell you this one because the volume is so putrid. But look at CGen. So is there a reason for this right now? I see it earlier. I mean, Barclays had a 70 to 84, but that was earlier. That was in the pre-market, 6 o'clock. So I mean, that was there some recent news for it, or all right? Some little news about BLMN. BLMN, activist shareholder or something. BLMN, just popping here on some on volume. BLMN. Have to admit, it is kind of cool having him. As long as I can hear him or understand the symbol he's saying, I don't know how long that'll last from that site, but it is interesting. Yeah, let's see now. This is shortable for me, but more interesting to see if it really keeps popping here. See, Zach, I didn't think you'd like CGN because the volume is so low, per thousand. But yeah, it's got some room. Look at the, it doesn't trade very much. You can see that volume bar right there is, you look back. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the histogram. Sorry, forget it. Well, this BBW, guys, look at this histogram, really high. Hasn't really dropped at all. This is just really a strong stock. Earnings play, almost an all-time high. Yes, I know there was one 100 years ago that's higher than what we've got, but for all intents and purposes, an all-time high, close. I keep clicking on some of these alerts, and I'm just waiting for one that has a ton of room. This isn't This isn't bad. I mean, SNDX, the next high is 2390. So I mean, that's not bad. 23.16 right now. So I guess it's got some room. Give me a moment, guys. Well, another new high for BBW. This has to be watched tomorrow. Has to be watched tomorrow. To see if it has a second day continuation off earnings. Is it? Band is flagging nicely. I haven't even looked at it since the pop. Yeah. Coming into the VWAP. Well, what does it do? 2069 is the VWAP, so it's getting close. Come on, Knop. I don't really know that it's going to be that big a deal to the SPY or anything. Powell talking. Billy. Now, the last time I looked, Billy was giving up that the VWAP, but you know what? It's now popped a little bit above it. How sensitive is this mic? All right, if I don't have this one hearted, I better do it right now. Yeah, I do have it hearted, BBW. This is classic. I mean, it's not been like smooth the entire day, but It hasn't followed the SPY at all. I mean, look at the SPY up and down, and this has only had a little bit of a downturn, but the VWAP held. See, it touched it right there, meaning the 12, 15-minute candle touched it, bounced off it, and continued to go. Ooh, look at the volume that just came in on this go to GOTU. Volume came in out of that consolidation. Well, well, that sort of did affect the SPY, guys. So far, that did affect the SPY. Normally, I mean, this is crazy action. Wow. That is a that's a giant candle, guys. Will it hold? Asa, is this guy from Benzinga? Casa, are you in the room? I don't know if Casa's in the room. Pepe, do you have the same thing? You know what I'm talking about? Hmm. So Casa, is that guy from is that a Benzinga news feed? You know what? I guess I could have looked. Just to- yeah, of course it is. Sorry, you're of course you're absolutely right. Okay. There's that Bloomin' Brands, guys, the activist shareholder taking a stake. I should be doing the reading. What do you mean by that, Casa? Live in CNBC? What do you mean by that? Boy, the goes are wild today, guys. GoCo and Go2 and GoCo. Oh, I see. Pal's talking live. I see. Okay. Oh, look at this spy. Holy smokes. I'll fully admit, guys, I'm in this Canop short, and I thought, I mean, it's not unbelievable, but I thought maybe that would, but it hasn't budged really. In other words, it has not budged. It has not moved higher. Look at this spy. Holy smokes, we're going to hit 400. Okay, well, I don't know if that affected PDD or not, but yeah, I mean, I had no inkling that that was going to happen. I'm not too familiar with this wherever he was talking at all. Otherwise, I would have had that spy up, and I would have had that 1 minute, and it would have been crazy. There's that first boom, a little pullback, and then boom. Repeat after me. Watch BBW tomorrow. Okay, I've missed the boat on this, but watch it tomorrow. Second could be a second day continuation, or at least watch it for the next, I would say at least 2 to 3 days, because it may not do the continuation tomorrow. I may not do continuation at all, but this is a super strong earnings player today. I haven't looked at Krauts, right? Yeah, CrowdStrike all day after the earnings this morning. Haven't really looked at it. Well, right into the VWAP, 112.09, got right into the VWAP. Well, it's a little bit above it. I don't know why our VWAP, I guess it's because I'm using pre-market. Let me just for fun see if that really makes a difference. Give me a moment. Oh, yeah, let me see if that actually makes any difference at all. So I'm going to get rid of the pre-market, and I'll even get rid of the post-market. So does that make any difference at all? I have 112.60, maybe a little bit. The VWAP is 112.09. It's hard to eyeball it. Maybe not though. Looks like that says 112. Yeah, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. I don't know why ours is different though. But it's usually about the same. So I'm not going to get bent out of shape about it, but well, I'm sure going long BABA before was awesome with that market pop. Ah, okay, Canoop. What Peloton? What's Peloton doing? PTON. PTON. Boy, this Hutu is right up at 7 again. This has never been shortable for me. I don't think anyway. Yeah, SATEX. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't move earlier. SATX from Div over that, but again, be awfully careful. Spread is never good. 2042-21. So I mean, you've got to commit that you think is going to go, $3, $4. Now, what we need is a big giant red candle to wipe all that out, just for fun. I'm kidding. I hope, you guys who are in long situations based on what the market's doing. I don't want that to happen, of course, but that was a huge turnaround too, guys. I mean, the Dow's up barely. NAS is now up. When we looked at this, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Dow, there was a disconnect. There was a disconnect, and the Dow was down a little, I think, or not up much, and the NAS was up, I believe, anyway. Should have ride here, guys. RIDE. Hmm. Yeah, just not interested. Too much resistance, in my opinion. Close by, nearby, but 20 cents away for ride. I bet you have, Jay. Harry Kane, that's a terrible. Harry Kane, your captain, made a nice. pass yesterday. I don't know, I guess that's not, yeah, I guess you don't call it passes. Oh, you do? Okay. Okay, you made a nice pass. I like him. He's got a normal haircut. All right, guys. So Billy, guys. Yeah, Billy. I mean, if this market keeps up like this, there's a huge bottoming tail. Billy, I mean, it's through that VWAP now in a big way. Boy, I'm almost itching to take this one, this BBW. We're going to see how it closes today. I mean, this is just super, super strong. Okay, guys, you know what I might do? I might do my video now. I know it's usually do it around 3, but I think I'll do my video right now. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, no meetings today, so I think I'll do my video now. And let's see, it's 250, 152, so could be back around 2, but just to be on the safe side. Just give me a moment. Okay. 153. I'm sure it'll be sooner than this, but just to be on the safe side in case I have to do an edit or something. Come on. Okay, so I'm on mute, obviously. So I'm just going to mute myself in all 2 rooms. Unmute. All right. ABCM, what are you doing? ABCM. ABCM. Wow, this is an awful looking daily chart. Look at these gaps. How about now, Pepe? I think I unmuted. I think I unmuted everything. Okay, thanks. All right, ABCM. Now, the next high looking left is 1760. So something, I can't remember what happened here, but it's got hammered down yesterday. Look at this spy. I'm in awe. I mean, many times you see this sort of action, but then, followed up by at least some red, but not yet. Yeah, I'll bet you did because so many popping with the spy, Zach. In fact, I have my sound off. Yeah, I have my sound off when I do my video, so didn't even hear all that, of course. And Billy worked. I didn't take it, but I was pointing it out, guys. I mean, that, of course, it obviously helped a lot by the market. But Billy threw that VWAP right there, 16, 17 or so. So meanwhile, CINC did not participate in this rally at all. In fact, it's just making a new low and is getting closer to yesterday's low of 1155. And that is CINC. I'm out of the canop. I'm still amazed that it didn't bounce at all with the market. I was short this, but I'm out of it now. Probably helped with the market, but I mentioned HPE. I think it was, I don't know what price it was. Probably just over 16. I probably have a little bit. No, I think it was just over 16 when I first talked about it. I said it was a big float, so probably wouldn't be so dynamic, but it had some room, and that is HPE. All right. Well, those of you who follow tops, this is a nice, actually, pretty good break, actually, at some kind of consolidation on the 15 through the VWAP, 376. Hit a high of 450, so it's got some room, I guess. How did our meme stocks do during that run? Even AMC and GME, I'm sure they all ran. Well, you wouldn't have thought that Beyond Meat would follow the SPY so closely, but look at this. BYND, look at this. I mean, look at these three candles. Here are the three candles. This is a gold play. Case. Oh no, I'm sorry. It is not a gold play. I thought it was something else. KC though. And Meta, of course, is moving with the market too. I'm sure they're all moving. How's Apple doing? Yeah, they're all moving. Everything's moving with this market. All these tech stocks, of course. What a rally. Oh, go CINC guys, getting closer to yes. I mean, this is obviously going CINC is going counter, of course, to this market. A big red bar here, getting closer to that low of yesterday. I mean, it takes it out. There's nothing stop. I mean, it'll be an all-time low. I mean, it's hard to think of shorting something when the market is doing this, but man, oh man, this is so weak. CINC. Sabre airline, I call it airline sector stock. Sabre, SABR. Problem is that most of these are moving with the market. So the minute the market stops moving, a lot of these are going to drop. So they're not as Dak said, they're more beta stocks. They're following, rather see the alpha stocks that are really trading on their own, not caring as much with what the market is doing, because we can't predict that this is just going to keep running higher. That's what I'm kind of liking the CINC, because it's definitely running counter to the market. Now here's another one, guys. I don't know why I didn't see this one, but CRNC, another continuation of earnings. Yeah, it was pretty junky though at the beginning. It's only in this market rally that it's really moved. So I won't beat myself up too much, but another, second day continuation of earnings. CRNC. Even Manu is getting into it, guys. Over 22 again. MANU. Actually, can't remember a day quite like this. Seen up days, of course, but not four significant green candles in a row. Now this still has 9.5 minutes, or what time is it now? 18:35. So about 12 and a half minutes to close, 17 and a half minutes to close. So what am I talking about? 11 and a half minutes to close. Yeah, your topping play is just going crazy. But how can you short anything right now? You got to wait for this SPY to settle down. Yeah, it is approaching. You're right. It is approaching the 200-day moving average. 404.29. Ah, I don't have my 200-day. That's why. Where is it? Because I took that chart out. No, I see what I did. That's okay. Yeah, there's that 200-day moving average right there. That's an easy question that I can answer, Scott. Not easy unless you know what to do, but once you know, you're going to go, yeah, okay. Just give me a moment here as I save my layout with that new chart in there. So there are basically two options with the charts. If I right click on a chart and I click on properties, okay, and you see it says symbol linking. So there's a check mark. So if I check it, if I uncheck it, that'll mean that's why the SPY stays like this, okay? But if I check them, that means when I click on an alert, both these time frames load, okay? So it's basically just unchecking. So right click, properties, you either check it or you don't. Simple once you know how. This is just amazing on this SPY action, guys. I mean, simply amazing. 7 more minutes to go for this candle to close, and we'd have like a straight hour. It's not just the fact that, we've had hour ups, but the size of these candles, one after another. And this is obviously the short. Yeah, this is the short Qs getting pummeled here. The short Qs getting pummeled. As opposed to the Qs. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, there's Xerox moving. If you guys heard that, $15.50 or something for some director who bought. Of course, it's moving with the market. So, I mean, it's going to be really, really hard to find anything. I shouldn't be muted. I should not be. Okay, good. um, it's going to be fine. It's going to be hard to find anything that is not moving with the market right now. Now, is that really going to be a red bar? Now, it can be a red bar, but is it going to be a giant red bar? Now let's watch to see how many stocks follow the market. Look at big right now. There's a four up. Now it's little red here. And see, that's my problem. I mean, with trying to chase, I mean, look, I mean, in retrospect, yeah, buy everything down here and just run for an hour. We don't know what's going to do this 100%. That's the issue. I did a couple of things, completely on my own. I did okay, but certainly did not take advantage of a full 1 hour move. And I did not take this one. I almost took it. I almost took it over that 23. But again, watch tomorrow. I know it's not technically an all-time high, but it may as well be. I may pull back a little tomorrow, but I'd be watching this for the next several days, really. If it pulls back tomorrow, I'd be watching what today's high is and see if it takes it out the day after. I have no idea what this is. This showed up in the House resumes. I can read what it is, but IWFG. Look at, well, this one, this meme stock did not participate in it. Good grief. I'm sorry. I just can't imagine the people who bought into the hype and nonsense about this and are holding, because they're waiting for this conspiracy theory to take place with, a ginormous number of shorts that aren't being reported. Here's the other one, HYMC, that AMC bought. And they're sitting on one of the biggest. It's crazy what you can read. This mine was going to get AMC out of its debt. moment. Okay, well, let's see. I mean, this is, it's a red candle. It's allowed to be red, but is it going to wipe a lot of this out? That's the next. I mean, will we start wiping some of this out in a big way? Because again, if you're in anything that basically move with the market, obviously you got to be aware of this. My guess is that the large cap gainers probably saw some some interesting percentage moves. Okay, I'm just really toying with this BBW. I want to see if it pulls back at all, maybe to 23. You know how it's trading? It's not a red bar at all. It's really been trading on its own. Now, granted, the last hour or so, but this is more 2 hours. This is like a 2 hour move. This is from 12:15. So this started at so this is an hour and 15 minutes before. So this was moving already ahead of all this. I'm sure, the SPY, the overall market helped this, but it's not like it wasn't moving on its own before. Now there it continues to go. Oh man, thou shalt not chase, but boy, oh boy. Okay, guys, let me take a look at something else. Wow, GDS, last time I saw it was in around 15 something. What happened to this one yesterday? ABCM. It's not an earnings play. I just don't know what happened. I mean, this had a big, I don't know what happened here. Can't remember anything about this one. It's a big float too. I mean, and it's a UK stock, so maybe that accounts for it. But this is a big float. It popped 2 days ago and it dropped like really badly the next day. And now it's trying to recover a bit. Well, speaking of grind, you know what didn't do anything was grind. GRND didn't do a thing. Did not so completely trading on its own, not following the market at all. So here's a bit of a late participant to this ALLG. What sort of room does it have? Eh, Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get into a trade on my own. Okay, so we did have a red candle, but nothing, not a huge one. All right, guys. I usually put myself on mute in about 10 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes. Always here to answer questions, of course. Just one last look at my homepage, all the information that is there. So if you do click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's the way in which you can take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. I've already done my stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. How did that end up? I mean, this could have did it run with the market a little bit. 640 was the trigger, so it's not like it ran a huge amount, but 640 was the trigger. And the trade of the week is sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. You've got a great user guide, the daily support sessions between 12 and 1, the daily webinars. Tomorrow there is one. Next week we're on a Monday, Wednesday rotation. More educational videos here about trade ideas and back to basics. This is more, trading, understanding what a chart is and candlesticks and support and resistance. It's all free, guys, free resource for you. And last, my scans. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. The two races that you see, my pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes, I've shown you that. That's been pretty active today. So if you save my link and if you eventually take out a subscription, does help the room, keeps the room free, and it does help me also personally. We get credit, the room gets credit, I get credit. Company knows the room is working. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, please use my link and then my promo code. Of course, there's more information, of course, in my homepage that you probably, at a glance, you've got most of the things you'd see in our website. I think I've organized it pretty well. And then, of course, my scans, which, I do change up from time to time. So if you save my link, then you've got all that information right at your fingertips. KJ, hello, KJ, welcome. Now, when you say you just joined Trade Ideas or you just joined the room for the first time? Just join the room. So you've had Trade Ideas for a while. No, so you just joined. You just became a subscriber. So if you heard me, did you do the, let me just show you what it looks like. That's my homepage. And then here's the user guide. And I'm always talking about this getting started. Okay. So if you just joined, hopefully you've done this. If you haven't, please do this. Okay. The download and installation, there are 10 short videos, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. So it'll take you about 30 minutes. Now you may have already done, the install and your first startup and login. So you might not, probably don't have to do that. I'd also make sure you absolutely know what an alert window is, the A window, the top list window is, and about stock racing. Get those down, so you understand what they're all about. They'll probably help you a lot. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. And all that is from my homepage. And this room is like this. It's open between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, Eastern time, of course. I open the room at 8. I get on the mic at 9. And we also have, you can click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on docked channel bar, and you will see there are a lot of theme-based channels that you can take a look at. We have an after hours channel, we've got a pre-market channel, but we have a momentum channel. We have a lot of theme-based channels here. So you'll see they all have layouts. I'll click on the momentum channel. So here's the layout. This is a layout, and this is a momentum scanner right here. Looking for stocks that are having big jumps in volume, making new highs of the day, things like that. But you can, and in order to see what any scan is looking for, you just have to right click and click on configure and then click summary. And now you'll see exactly what the scan is looking for. And that's the same with virtually every scan we've got. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares. Now here's the key. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So what happens is if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 250 for RCUS. The price was 35.18. All these filter requirements were met. Since I opened this, there have been no other stocks that have met those filter requirements and have made a new high for the day. We have lots and lots of different filters or alerts, different types of alerts. You don't have to learn them all. Aha. So guys, this is actually turning into a red bar ignored. Unbelievable. This is turning into a red bar ignored. What time is it now? 2:53. So this candle has another, say a little over 6 minutes to close. So this is, assuming this candle closes above the high of that red bar, this will turn into a red bar ignored. So in other words, you've got this uptrend, you've got a pause with that red bar being totally engulfed by that previous green candle. And then the next candle is green. And so again, you have a trend, pause in the trend, and then a continuation, assuming this candle remains green and above the high here. But it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Again, KJ, you do not have to learn every alert, every filter, okay? And that's why I'm sharing a lot of my scans. They're all pre-built for you, okay? So you can make it as overwhelming as you want, but it's like if I threw you the Microsoft Word manual and I said you got to learn everything before you can use it, nobody would do it, right? I mean, it's a thick manual, lots and lots of things that most people don't care about. Well, I'm not saying we have lots of things that people don't care about, but when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they tried to create a lot of different real-time alerts, of which you may not need, you might only look at 3 of them. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. If you don't understand what something means you probably don't need it. Okay. So we've got all these real-time alerts. Again, you do not have to learn them all. And then we have, when it comes to these icons, these are the filters, so that's sort of the screening aspect, because you want to sort of limit the number of stocks that you can see in an alert window. You don't want, you try to whittle it down to a manageable number. I mean, there are 10,000 stocks out there. So if you just said, well, show me every stock that made a new high for the day without any other filters in, I mean, it'd be going crazy all day long. So that's why you use filters. Your filters could be things like, well, I like to trade this price range, $1 to $10 stocks or $10 to $100 stocks. I'd like to have at least a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. I'd like it to be up at least 3% from yesterday's close or 3% from today's open. Just things like that that will start to, whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So I can't tell you what you're going to use. I don't know what sort of a trader you are and what you like to see, but that's kind of the concept. So it can be overwhelming only if you allow yourself to think you've got to learn all this stuff. Okay. I've been, I was started as a subscriber in 2010, and I have used maybe, I don't know, I don't even know how many alerts and filters we've actually got, but maybe 20, total. But we had to create so many because there's all sorts of different trading styles out there. And so, somebody might say, yeah, I like negative market divergence. Okay. So we have it for you. Whatever that means. I know what it means, but I mean, I've never used it. So we figured that we tried to create enough that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But we created a lot of scans, from that doc channel bar. These are all theme-based layouts. You don't have to learn them all. And I'm sharing a lot of my scans also. Again, clicking on my home page, and so when you click on my home page, you'll see this first. You just have to scroll down a little. So here are some scans that I have created. Not very many, but the two races. Let me just go over the races, okay? Because I think if you're starting out, again, I don't know if you're a new trader or just new to trade ideas, but the races are a very cool concept because it automatically creates a watch list for you that you can follow these stocks all day long. And it's based on this. And again, you don't have to know, I don't expect you to remember any of this or just new to trade ideas. Okay. So in the guide, if you click on the education section from my homepage and then click on the guide, you'll see the explanation about the TI stock races. So all the races, and I'm sharing these two, start from a what we call a top list window. And you'll see if I right click, I can launch a real-time stock race. Okay, that's good. But let me just show you one thing. And others, I'm sure others could be interested. So before we had this race concept that you see here, the idea of a top list would be, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So if you have the column header, and I've got the change from the close, I've got it. I can double left click and that'll rank the stocks. So tops is up the most from yesterday's close. I've got the change from the opening print today or trade today. I can click on that. Tops again, 83%, SATX, etc. So as long as I have a column header, I can click on it. This relative volume. It's a very, I don't know if it's a completely proprietary one that we've got, but this is showing me right now, up to this point of the day, 3 o'clock, this is trading 37 times normal, 37 times normal. Okay, so you can rank stocks. So that's great, but what do you do with that? How are you going to use it to trade? So this race concept was created several months ago. So it doesn't matter what these stocks are, but here's what the race does. So this top list will show me stocks between $1 and $50 with at least 200,000 shares traded and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, and I launched the race based on that. So what does that mean? I run a 4-minute race, and you can, of course, you can run 5-minute races, 3-minute races, 10-minute races. I like to run a 4-minute race. It's counting down right now. There's only 9 seconds left. When this race started 4 minutes ago, this is the one that moved the most. ATAT moved 1.86%. and this is now the winner. Okay, but when a new race starts, you'll see stocks jockeying for position, moving up and down. Because it's going to be a 4-minute race, and so some stock might at the very beginning might race higher, but then it might pull back. Okay, you got to run. I'm going to keep going. Other people. So, but the bottom line is this: is that the stock that wins the most races over the course of a day is Tops won 16 races today, SATX won 12, etc. It automatically creates a watch list for you that you can watch all day long. All day long. You can click on a symbol. If you have some experience of trading, you might look at, you might look at this go to and say, there's the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the high of the day, I want to be interested. Just quickly, this is the same sort of race, but this is a large cap. So a minimum of 500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see wild moves here, but you'll still see some good moves. So there's Wolf, won 6 races today. You might have said, or a person might have said, well, look at this. It's holding the VWAP right there, holding it, holding it, holding it. Maybe I take the trade right here and see what happens. Okay, just things like that. So this creates a watch list for you also. You don't have to do anything. It just automatically gets created for you. So that's the racing. So it's highly visual. You see how the stocks move up and down as the race progresses. So now you can go. Okay. So Viresh, it's in my homepage. Okay. Viresh, it's on my homepage. All I have to do is just click on the link. I had somebody in our YouTube room wanting my large cap gainers from the open. So just click on the homepage link. And then when you do that, again, you'll be brought to my, always have to remember to do this. You'll be brought here. Okay, my homepage. Scroll down until you see the scan section. And then here are the 2 races. The second one is the one you're looking for. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and you're welcome, trader, trader's man, because I know there are a lot of people there, that don't know any of this, but they haven't asked the question, and so it's never usually just directed to one person. Well, it may be directed to one person, but others can benefit, I suppose. Whew. Well, are you talking about trading or are you talking about trade ideas when you say there is so much I don't know? Yeah, so trading, I mean, that's why I'm saying if you go to my home page, I really suggest, when you click on if I put my homepage link in again, I really suggest if you're new to trading, I mean, we've created this for you, and if you click on the education section, and then if you scroll down, oops, back to basics. If you're new to trading, I mean, this is great. I mean, it's a all the videos are really short. And, introduction to charts and candlesticks. Michael Noss had trade ideas. Well, this is what it says. He sat down with his wife during the pandemic, never placed a trade or investment before, and teaches her how to trade. Okay? It's very cool. So, I mean, if you're new to trading, I would absolutely, it's free, use it. And then after that, you can start to, understand how to use trade ideas. And I would take advantage of our simulator. This is a real time Uses our real-time data. You can practice trading in this simulator. Assuming you're using our downloadable application, not not the not the what, not the web-based version. Yeah, so if your money's tied up, and if you have a subscription though, you should practice trading anyway, because again, it uses our real-time data. Um, I don't have that. If you go to support, somebody might have that. I don't know. I don't have that information, Ted. Okay. Support at trade-ideas.com. I'm not a big user of the AI. Okay. I mean, that's, I sort of, I have the ones that I kind of like in terms of price range. The other thing, it's hard to really evaluate the performance because we always say, you should try to manage the trades on your own. I know we talk about auto trading. I wish they would just delete that from the vocabulary. Okay. But it's like a watch list and it requires some trading knowledge because you can maximize your gains in the AI if you have some idea about how to trade. Look at this market. Holy Toledo. Look at this market, guys. Thought maybe that red bar might signify something, but signified nothing. I was going to say, is it 1411? I really missed the boat on tops then. I mean, Holly, obviously today, except for the one short, even the short is sort of working. Benefited greatly from that market run. So here, as an example, I've been nagging at everybody about BBW. So here it is in the AI, and people ask all the time, well, is the AI or Holly only good for day trading? Well, here's the deal. And anything that I see, now I'm not a big swing trader, okay, but anything that I see, I mean, if I were a swing trader, most of the things that I see are making new highs for the day. So if I were more of a swing trader, I'd be watching stocks and see how they closed. If they close near the high of the day and they had room when I look left and they have room to keep running before it hits the next high, then that would become a potential swing trade. That's up to you, of course. So the same thing with BBW. I mean, the AI is going to get out of the trade at the end of the day. But if you look at this and you think, you know what, it's got a ton of room still. I mean, there's nothing holding this back. It's an all-time high, basically. It's an earnings play. Again, if you're going to swing something, you're going to have a wider stop. I don't know exactly where you would put your stop if you were going to swing this, but maybe the low of the day, that's a pretty wide stop, but it's really got no resistance. So, so it is really up to the individual. I'm just a person who I just don't like holding things overnight. I'd much rather get rid of things at the end of the day, and then I don't have to worry about anything. Okay. Do I miss out on some tremendous runs? Of course I do. But you tell me what is going to run ahead of time, fine. Now, what I would say though is that I would definitely keep an eye on stocks that had earnings and that closed pretty well and keep watching them for the next few days and see if there's continuation, especially if they have room to keep running. And again, when I say room to keep running, it's always for me, always about looking left. I'm on a daily chart here. Do you see anything? Here's the price right now. Do you see anything that's going to stop it? I'll put up a weekly chart. Okay. So right here, there are a couple of highs right there, which are what? 23.29. So right there and 23.34. Now it got through those two, I think, earlier today, 23.50. So you can kind of see that right there. I mean, this is basically an all-time high. I know technically it isn't. If you go back to 2005, it was higher, but it's 17 years ago. So I don't really think it's relevant. So you look at this stock and you think, wow, it had earnings. So I know a nice run ahead of earnings, but there's nothing saying that it's not going to stop going. It's just an amazing move. This is the amazing part to me a little bit. I mean, this is amazing. An hour straight up with these pretty big candles. This is more of the amazing part. You would have thought, okay, come on, profit taking has to start. But no, this is a red bar ignored on the SPY. Okay, guys, so I'm getting close to wrapping this up. Any more questions? Probably bushed. Yeah, Doc, I don't think he's talking about whether that's going to happen or not. He's just talking about the action of the SPY. That's my opinion anyway. As I've learned to understand what Zach and how he posts over the few years. All right, guys, maybe, who knows, maybe this grinder will grind out to a new high again. At least the spread is getting a little better, 705, 709. This would be funny. I'll bring up my dog channel bar and now to change from the open. This will be, I'll be surprised if not everything is just almost 100% green. Yeah, look at this. Except for oil, look at this energy. So energy did not partake in this run. That was so the play was to short energy on that run. But look at technology. Every single stock is above the open today. 100%. Communications, 95. Healthcare, 87, etc. What a laggard. Look, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that. But look at this. Only 28% of the stocks that make up XLE are above the open today. And even the horrible ones like, well, communications. And the other one is consumer discretionary, 91%. When I say horrible, these two, consumer discretionary and communications, are still way below their 200-day moving average. GSK, take over chatter, GSK. Well, that has a ways to go, doesn't it, GSK? Little reaction in volume. There is some volume this is the biggest volume bar of the day. So there's a little bit of a volume reaction, but no big price action yet for GSK. There's another one, guy. Radius Global Infrastructure. What's the next high looking left on the weekly is 1308. What about on the daily? Okay. However, look at this. 1313 is the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's a little bit a ways, but this one had a ton of room, as I recall. OABI, yeah, it had a ton of room. This is trading on its own. You can see it's trading on its own. How can you tell? Well, look what it's done in the last few hours. Look what the SPY's done. So this is, trading on its own. It's not affected by the SPY at all. Another one taking advantage of this SPY move is Hackett, HCKT. There's an interesting move on the daily. This is almost an all-time high, 93%. So this is almost an all-time high. Had earnings on the 8th, so earlier this month. There actually was the reaction, had earnings after hours. And then here is the 9th where the earnings reaction happened and kind of popped up and kind of flattened out. And now, again, probably just moving with the SPY. Obviously, so many stocks, so many big name stocks just moving with the SPY. Makes sense, and because that's what SPY's made up of, the big name stocks. So well, China led the way this morning, that's for sure. Most of the China stocks were up. KWeb, that was to back this out. Here's the pre-market. So you can see KWeb, China ETF, very strong. Market opened very strong for the first, actually, that's the first, yeah, the first hour, half hour. A little bit of a pullback. And then even a little bit in advance of the talk at 1:30, or yeah, 1:30. Is it 1:30? Yeah, 1:30. So a little bit started to move, and then boom, with the market. Oof. Well, guys, I think I'm toast. I'm done. I'll stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I'll shut the rooms down. If you have some questions, don't be shy. I don't mind sticking around if there's some questions. Okay, I don't see any questions. Again, I don't have to go, but and I will stick around if there's some questions. So I'll just give it another minute or so. What soccer are we going to watch tomorrow? Hey, Dak. You. At least I'm not on mute anymore. Oh, thank you, Delta. I appreciate that. I actually just wish people would ask more questions, though. Keeps my mind a little more alert, and don't be afraid. Like, guys, don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, guys, I don't see anything else, so I think I will wrap this up today. What a day! What a day! What a way to end this month of November. Boy, I'm watching this BBW into this close. Okay, everybody, I will. Oops, I better add a little bit. I didn't quite copy correctly. Here we go. All right, everybody, I'm going to shut everything down now. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The main room will be open then. YouTube, and we'll be open around 9, and I'll get on the mic at 9. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.